Good morning, everyone. Please take your seats. Those of you who got up and got caffeinated and are here are in for a real treat. We've had on each of the previous days a sort of a case history of an effort to inform policies of one sort or another with science and indigenous knowledge, and we have another one coming up right now this morning that I think you'll find particularly current and fascinating. And I want to introduce Jeff Green, who is the founder and president of the Students on Ice Foundation. If you're not familiar with them, I urge you do get familiar with them. Jeff is, I think the best way to describe him is he's a force of nature. He does an amazing thing. He has educated a lot of people about the poles, young people, and he's superb at it. And he'll come up and introduce this panel that's going to talk about indigenous knowledge and science informing these amazing marine conservation areas that the Canadian government has created in the Arctic. So it's all yours, Jeff.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much, Brendan. Great to kick off the final day of Arctic Futures 2050. Really want to thank the organizers of the conference for inviting me, our two panelists today, and also the Students on Ice delegation to be here. And I also wanted to extend a special thank you to the U.S. Embassy in Ottawa, who helped to fund our delegation to be here this week. Brendan and I came up with a plan last night for him and I to leg wrestle to set this, to get things going this morning, but in the interest of keeping on schedule, I think we postponed that to later, and I didn't want Brendan to get injured. You know, we need him for the rest of the conference. With this morning's panel, we are excited to focus on and share with all of you the story of a very recent and successful creation of Talarutiup-Imanga, the largest and newest national marine conservation area in the Canadian Arctic, officially announced on August 1st, just a little over a month ago, as well as the announced interim protection for Tuvayuitak, also known as the High Arctic Basin. These agreements and the process between the Inuit and the Canadian federal government to create them have really broken the mold and created a new model of collaboration, conservation, and policymaking for the future. I think you're going to see this morning how this real life example of the important this real life example of this story is an example of the important goal of this conference and why we're all here. I have the easiest job of being a moderator ever because our two panelists, Sandra Inutik and Kevin McNamee, just lived this journey over the past 2 years, and they were both instrumental in its successful outcome. Sandra, as the chief negotiator for representing Kikitani Inuit Association, and Kevin as the director of Protected Areas of Parks Canada. So rather than sitting across the negotiation table as they have been for the past 2 years, this morning is a first really for them to sit down, reflect on this journey, and share their thoughts with all of us this morning. So I'd like to invite Sandra and Kevin to come on up to the stage. Also, to set the stage for our panel, we'd like to begin by sharing this short video with all of you.
When you look at our region, the Arctic, most Southern Canadians kind of look at it as a very remote, barren, desolate area. However, what Canadians should know is that this area is full of life, full of people that have lived here for thousands of years, who rely on the abundance of wildlife. And if they take a good look at this area, they will realize how rich we are in our natural habitat and our environment.
That day in Pond Inlet in 2017 was a very special, momentous occasion for Students on Ice. And on that day, we were present, all of us together, when the Canadian government committed to Talaruptiup Imanga. Not only was it the largest marine conservation area in Canada, but it was also the largest marine conservation area in the Arctic. So for us to be there for the announcement of that intention 2 years ago in 2017, and for us now, 2 years later, to be here in Arctic Bay for the official announcement is pretty special.
The announcements we're making today about protecting this region are not just about today. They are about tomorrow and the next decade.
So it's a very significant day because of the mass and the area and the enormity of the National Marine Conservation Area that is going to be celebrated today, Talaruptiup Imanga.
At a global level, the importance of this, it's phenomenal because in the context of the UN Biodiversity Convention, we have a global agreement, and that is that 10% of the marine and coastal lands will be put under protection. And with Canada's commitment for this protected area, Canada will way overpass its target, reaching probably about 14%.
It affects 5 communities. Once this process starts rolling, we're going to start seeing some benefits that will directly impact the communities that are affected, especially Inuit.
A lot of questions have been asked by Inuit. You know, how's our water being used and what's happening around our marine mammals? Are they being affected by global warming? Are they being affected by industries?
The protected area is very important because we have heard and seen with our own eyes how climate change is affecting our marine animals and those marine animals that we rely on for sustenance.
I don't know if you walked into the store. I'm pretty sure you saw some outrageous prices. So with our group being able to harvest seals, that really helps out the local population in getting healthy food. Everything that was eaten tonight was caught around these areas. There was walrus, narwhal, seal, Arctic char. It comes from the people. Each community, when they do the visits, they voice their concerns, and QI is able to collect all the information and request what is asked by the people. So it gives them the power to negotiate for what the people want.
The indigenous-led conservation initiatives are very important because historically they've never really been done before. If you look at the history of the government, for example, they have basically identified an area that they wanted to protect, and then they just proceeded with that without really consultation with the people that are going to be impacted.
The federal government, when they say we're going to do seismic testing here or there, you really have no one to turn to, and it's really hard to figure out who to approach. But with this agreement, it gives me a bit more sigh of relief that these kinds of activities will not happen, so my grandchildren won't have to fight that kind of a fight.
What QIA has done is that they've actually said, no, this is going to be Inuit-led process where we are going to be at the forefront, involved right from the beginning to the end, and we're going to ensure that any agreement that comes out of this is going to directly benefit the people of the region, and that is so significant in such a short amount of time, how much has been accomplished, and it's a great day for all. Canadians should be very proud that this is part of their country.
I'm proud of it I think a lot of people are proud of this. This is probably the first, it's going to be our model.
You can create models where both the nature wins and the local community and the economy. I mean, the model we were describing here is generating jobs for the community, it's building infrastructure that it's much needed, and with that, you empower the local community to, in turn, continue to be good stewards of the land.
It's a bit of an emotional day for me because I'm a product of when the federal government had a huge imposition on Inuit, and I watched my parents having to let go of parenting as their children and having to send us to residential school, away from them, away from the community, and that bond was severed. And to me, we are reclaiming who we are, reclaiming how we control research, how we control our communities, how we control our environment. And this day is so significant because I want the younger generation to have a better ownership than my parents and I did.
Okay, so that's a glimpse at where we are as of a month ago. But Sandra, I get a little teary actually, and I see you are too. Tell us about your journey in helping to get to where we are today.
Yeah, it's difficult to watch because I love all the people in that film too. And so I think it's important to go back to the days when, in the 1960s, that's when there started to be interest in mining oil and gas extraction, and permits were starting to be given by the federal government to explore potential. And this is when Inuit started to realize that their lives their way of life was at jeopardy. And so this is when Inuit started to collectively say that they want to protect their way of life. And so the wanting to protect this area started then. And this really propelled the land claim process. And so from the 70s to 1993 was when the land claim agreement was negotiated. And all this time, Inuit wanted to protect this, protect all of Nunavut, but particularly places like this. And so the land claim set up a framework where if any mining activities or parks or conservation areas are to be created, then Inuit, the federal government has to negotiate and sign an impact and benefit agreement. So that's the process that we just used. So when we first started at the negotiations table, where our team started was, okay, how do we start from an Inuit perspective of our relationship with our environment, the concepts of stewardship and reciprocity. When you're up against a system where exploration is the premises, the Canadian or European system is that our lands are for exploiting, and in order to conserve, you limit activities, and that's conservation. Whereas in our way of thinking, you start from conservation or stewardship. And how do we articulate these concepts to this system And so we worked with indigenous scholars to put some language around and how to communicate that, and also what it means to have a conservation economy. What would it mean for us? Do we call it a hunting economy? Do we call it a conservation economy? And we chose conservation economy because that concept had been proposed by Mary Simon in a report to the federal government. And then we started to put together, okay, what would this look like if we're to start from the premises that Inuit are a hunting society and the conservation, the product of conservation is abundance, and our way, it will protect our way of life. So we wanted monitors, we wanted full-time hunters, food processing units, small craft harbors for all the communities, an office building for the monitors and the hunters that allow for hunting activities. We also put in research article where Inuit get to identify priorities for research and are the drivers of research, can participate, and also funding. The map that you see was done by Qikirtani Inuit Association during the feasibility study. This is Inuit knowledge, Inuit Qauyumayatuqangit on a map. Kevin will speak a little bit about how the federal government originally came up with boundaries in 2010. And it was a unilateral decision by the government of the day. And Inuit said, no, the boundary isn't sufficient. And it was 44,000 square kilometers. So Inuit then went to the communities and asked, okay, where are the calving grounds? What wildlife live where? Where are the calving grounds, migration routes, habitats? And this is my favorite map in the whole wide world because it shows you in image Inuit knowledge. And that's how the boundary was created. So I think I'll stop there for now.
I wanted to just mention the role that people like PJ played. This is PJ, the president of Qikqtani Inuit Association.
Yeah. I'm so proud of the leadership, Inuit leadership during this process, because we really, this was something that the communities wanted. And the PJ is from Grise Fjord, the highest northern community. And I'm from one of the communities too in Clyde River. So it's very personal in some ways because this is our ancestral home. And so PJ was, he's a young leader, and he just shined through this process and worked with our Nunavut, our regional, and then our national. So it went from the community to our region, to Nunavut, to national. So it really showed Inuit leadership, the governance structures that we've chosen. It really showed it in practice how well it could work under PJ's leadership. Yeah.
Thank you, Sandra. Kevin, you've been at the protected area thing for a long time, but this was different from what you've told me and what I've seen for sure. Can you tell us a little bit about this process from your perspective?
Okay, well, thanks, Jeff, and thanks, Sandra. Just one clarification. I lived the first 8 years of this process. When it came to negotiating the final agreement, I didn't have the pleasure to sit across the table from Sandra. We had Jenna Boone, who was our field unit superintendent, involved, but certainly lived the feasibility assessment process. And so that's the part of the journey I want to share. The map you see here is obviously a map of Canada with the national parks and national marine conservation areas. And the circles in green are active proposals, and you can see the successful one of Teluripta-Bimunga with the blue area up around Baffin Island. It's important to point out that in our establishment process, we've been given direction by Parliament to involve affected coastal communities and Aboriginal organizations in the efforts to establish and maintain a system of national parks and marine conservation areas. It hasn't always been that way, but that is what Parliament has deemed we need to do. And of course, it just makes sense to do that. So if I could go on to the second slide here. So in 2009, the governments of Canada, Nunavut, and the Kikitani Inuit Association signed a memorandum of understanding to collaborate, to undertake an assessment to determine whether a National Marine Conservation Area or an NMCA is feasible, under what conditions, and what would be the boundary. So what this slide illustrates is what science, Western science, the federal government had gathered by Department of Fisheries and Oceans, gathered by academics. So this is really your Western science perspective. So you see an overlay, and the red areas clearly indicate the areas that are of the highest ecological value to the area. And it does not include traditional knowledge in that map. So go on to the next one, please. So here what you see is in 2010, the federal government announced its proposal, put on the table its proposal for a 44,000 square kilometer boundary. For Americans, that's the size of Switzerland. So please, you got to get onto the square kilometer, get onto the metric system. It's really difficult to convert all these things at 7 in the morning. So this was for the purpose of initiating discussions. And in drawing this boundary, we used the science you saw before. On the eastern end, you see a number of green blobs that represent hydrocarbon potential that had been identified. And then the grid area you see are 31 oil and gas leases held by Shell Canada. And again, for comparison, that blob there is the size of Denali National Park. It was not developed with Inuit or the government of Nunavut. Nevertheless, this was an important step because we had a conservative government that clearly put on the table an area that they were prepared to see protected and not to allow oil and gas. So nevertheless, it was one that did not involve Inuit or the government. Go on to the next one. So in our steering committee, which started to meet in 2010, this is essentially what we were looking at was the federal proposal. We had the Shell leases, and we had an existing national park. Again, it's important to note, under our legislation, Parliament also directed Parks Canada to, quote, consider traditional ecological knowledge in the planning and management of national marine conservation areas. So up to this point, that hadn't been done. So go to the next slide, please. And this slide is slightly different than Sandra's in that what you see there in the sort of white line is the 2010 boundary superimposed over the results of the traditional knowledge studies that were undertaken during the feasibility assessment. And you can quickly see that from a traditional knowledge perspective, we were missing a lot. So you can see, in particular in the red and the orange areas identified by the Inuit and the 5 coastal communities in proximity to this proposal, what was not included. So go on to the next one. So at our steering committee meetings, this is essentially what we were looking at. So there was the federal proposal, there was the Kikitani Inuit Association proposal, And in between, you can sort of see, again, the size of Denali, the 31 oil and gas leases. So in proceeding to get to a final boundary, one thing we did not do was try to smush all of this together. Sorry, that's a technical term in Canada maybe, but we didn't try to say, okay, how do we get all this data and information to fit into one matrix? Each one stood on its own. So it was to move forward like that. So in hindsight, I think what we went through was a process of looking at our obligations, our opportunities, and what's the outcome that we want. So under obligations, obviously the Nunavut Land Claim Agreement, a modern day treaty that really emphasizes the need to work with Inuit, conservation of wildlife, use of wildlife, Inuit rights to continue to access that. Provisions of our act, which I mentioned, obviously the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and an overriding priority that our Prime Minister provided in 2015 to all of his ministers, the entire cabinet and the federal government, that reconciliation was the overriding priority of this government. Reconciliation with Indigenous people. So it's important to note that through our process there was a change of government in 2015, and so reconciliation really became a top priority. In terms of opportunities, the Prime Minister had also mandated 2 ministers, including ours, to get to 5% protection by 2017 and 10% by 2020. And the larger proposal contributes, at that time, would have contributed 1.9% to our 5% target of 2017. So it was the only game in town, if you will, in terms of a marine protected area that would add significantly. So that was to our advantage. And it was a game changer, which we can go into maybe during the Q's and A's. The other thing is that from time to time, I would sit down with the Nature Conservancy of Canada to review, what are we working on and where are the opportunities? So for the price of a Tim Hortons coffee, I suggested to the president at the time, they may want to talk to Shell to see what can be done about those oil and gas leases. 4 months later, on Oceans Day 2016, Shell joined with the Nature Conservancy of Canada, our ministers, and World Wildlife Fund Canada in announcing they were relinquishing those rights. There was no compensation, there was no quid pro quo, and frankly, I think sometimes they don't get the due that they should get for what they did, which was essentially they recognized the importance of the area to Inuit and how that could possibly stand in the way. So to sort of wrap up, I'm getting there. Outcome. So in our consultations with 5 Inuit communities, as the map demonstrated, but also the prevailing issue that all 3 partners in this study heard was that Inuit wanted the NMCA to protect marine ecosystems and resources. They were clear that this was key to protecting Inuit culture, to maintaining access to country foods that Inuit depend on, and is central to supporting their traditional lifestyle. There was also a strong fear of the potential impact of any kind of oil spill that may come from development. So in the end, taking into account the symbiotic relationship between Inuit and the ecological components and systems of Lancaster Sound, and all of the above factors that I've mentioned, we got to the point, if you could move forward, please. We got to the point, as you saw in the video, on August 14th, that we signed another memorandum of agreement confirming it was feasible, the final boundary, and that negotiations of the final Inuit Impact Agreement would take place, which took 2 years. And in that video, the one thing when you saw our minister speaking, when the minister said to 400 community residents of Pond Inlet, sorry, this one gets to me, when she said to the community of Pond Inlet that this area would be protected, you should have heard the roar of the community. I can still hear it 2 years later. Sorry, bureaucrats aren't supposed to choke up. But it really emphasized that it's not data sets, and it's not that. They help, but it really is about helping set and set a path to a sustainable future. So anyways, that was part of the journey that I was proud and honored to be a part of.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Another thing that the Prime Minister, there was a lot of political will behind this. In many ways, the stars aligned from the moment in 2017 of the announcement of intention to August 1st of this year. That's a 2-year period. It's, these types of things used to take 25 years in Canada. Another thing that the Prime Minister had stipulated was a whole of government approach. And I think this is the first time that's been applied to something like this. But it wasn't an easy journey. There were some bumps on the road, and it was an emotional journey for sure. It still is. Sandra, tell us a little bit about some of the challenges maybe that you faced in the process.
So maybe to explain the whole of government a little bit more, one of the criticisms of Indigenous people in their relationship with the national government has been that the departments are very siloed, and then you can only deal with them on a small mandate case at a time. So in Mary Simon's report that I referred to earlier, she had suggested that when the federal government is working with Indigenous people, that they need to take a whole of government approach, then we can work on broader mandates. So we really tested that commitment because even just the stewardship concept, conservation economy, we were so focused on food sovereignty during this process, and that's what we're trying to achieve. And even with the whole of government approach, the food sovereignty issue didn't fit neatly into any of the federal government departments or even intergovernment departments. So we would knock on doors of different federal departments to see our food sovereignty. We did a lot of publishings too to use literature with federal government on our vision and why we want this direction. And so we published a food sovereignty piece that can be found on the Qikaqtani Inuit Association website. So we were kind of stumped in terms of how we were going to achieve like the full-time hunters, the full-time, the monitors were a little bit simpler because they were monitoring the conservation area, but they could also hunt. But in the end, we achieved that, but it's still a bit of an anomaly in terms of there's Agriculture Canada, but we have no agriculture. There's Health Canada that provides food subsidy, but that's all they do. So the food sovereignty piece, I think, is still a bit of an anomaly within the government in terms of how they work with Indigenous people.
There was quite a bit of money attached to this agreement as well to make it work. And that certainly, you can't underestimate that. The initial commitment, I think, Kevin, you said was in a $3 million range, and then it's not commitment, but the discussion. And then what did it end up being in total?
So the Inuit Impact and Benefit Agreement that we signed provides for $50 million over 7 years. So it's related to the more sort of somewhat traditional protected area programs, but a major element of it is an on-the-land program, an Inuit Guardian program. And so during the negotiations, in fact, we had a pilot project that we were pleased to support. In addition, outside of the Inuit Impact and Benefit Agreement, there's 4 other agreements that provide a total of about $190 million related to infrastructure development, coastal security, several harbors. And this is, for me, this is, the whole of government discussion is really interesting because when the Kikitani Inuit Association brought forward their proposal, Sandra's right. I mean, even I can say from the inside, there are so many, and I think this point was illustrated by the speaker from the first day that worked with the Obama administration. So many different programs, but they're funded differently, their timelines are different, you have to apply. It really was a challenge, and how the QIA got through that, I don't know. But in the end, though, we, the world conservation community, talk about the values of protected areas, and we talk about ecological system values, things like that, the importance to Indigenous people. But what this proposal did is, I think it forced us to invest in those things that are beyond the sort of, what we've done in other Inuit impact and benefit agreements is we provide funding for, enhanced capacity related to tourism and visitation, the traditional values associated with protected areas. This one focuses on food security. Food sovereignty, again, which you've heard, is central to Inuit culture. So it's going to be really interesting to see how other proposals emerge, because our country is putting a lot of stock and effort into recognizing Indigenous protected and conserved areas.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, and I mean, it also gives the co-management to the people that have lived there for thousands of years and know it better than anyone. And that, increasingly, these Indigenous protected areas or Indigenous national marine conservation areas is how we're going to get beyond 10% to 20% to 30% by 2030, and hopefully beyond that. Just quickly, and we'll go to questions, the purple part up at the top, that's the area I mentioned in my opening remarks called Tuvayuktuk. So that's going to be the next thing to get tackled, hopefully soon. It's a massive area. You've also got, it's not on the map here, but Pikilasorsuaq, which is would be a co-managed marine protected area between Greenland and Canada, the first 100% Inuit-led MPA in history. So you start to see a massive part of that area, the last ice area, coming under some kind of protected status. So it's really exciting. In 2017, we sailed this former Canadian Coast Guard icebreaker all the way around Canada's coastline in 150 days to celebrate Canada's 150th anniversary of Confederation. This was the journey from Victoria from Toronto to Victoria. In the process, at the time, less than 1%, give or take, of Canada's marine and coastal areas was under protected status, and now we're on track for about 14% by 2020. So we've come a long way, and that's because of all of these partnerships and stakeholders working together. It's really inspiring and really, really exciting. I'll add, too, that from the moment we left the tip of Newfoundland to the time we got to the tip of Vancouver Island, we were exclusively an Indigenous community. That means 70%, give or take, of Canada's coastline is 100% Indigenous lands. And when you think about that, it really makes you think about the strategy going forward on protected areas. It has to go the way that this was the critical one, though, to get done to allow these future ones to happen. Question: how vulnerable might the protected areas be to a change in prime ministers? In case you haven't heard, we have an election coming up. Or are they robust enough to withstand government changes?
Okay, well, so...
And we're going to keep these answers short and punchy because we're running out of time.
Okay, short and punchy. Yeah, we are heading into a federal election in a couple, it could be literally within days. The fact is that the Inuit Impact and Benefit Agreement is a legally binding agreement on the federal crown and on the Kikitani Inuit Association. So I don't think it's vulnerable. This is the path forward.
That's great news. This is the Northwest Passage. You probably know that, the eastern entrance of the Northwest Passage. Senator, what's the current approach under this new regime to developing commercial interests in the area, given the conservation status?
Such as what?
I suppose fishing or any kind of extractive industries, tourism. Yeah.
So part of the process that the federal government requires is to have a management plan, and so I think Kevin would probably know more about that process because it's more a federal requirement. So that would identify a lot of the allowable, the shipping issues, for example. On the commercial side, one of the concerns that we heard from the communities early on was that they didn't want sustainable fisheries limited because Inuit in that region are just starting to get into fisheries. And it's an economic opportunity that can be that can benefit the communities. So, in that sense, we have an article outlining in the agreement that the fisheries. We're going to work with Department of Fisheries to try and make it easier for Inuit to develop that. So it's very focused on the economic development of Inuit in that region.
I think too, one of the legally oil and gas extraction is prohibited, but I think during our feasibility assessment we looked at some of the things that were coming and recognized that, look, change is coming. Change is coming to Lancaster Sound as a result of climate change, but also with tourism, transportation, things like that. And we concluded that the National Marine Conservation Area, a collaborative relationship between Canada and Inuit, was the best way to try and manage that change, to try and get a handle on it, to prevent some of it and to sort of redirect some of the other.
There's a question about shipping routes and how they may be affected by this area's protected status. There's a lot more activity. I was up in this area this summer. We're seeing ships of all kinds, commercial, private. There are studies underway with groups like the Canadian Wildlife Service to monitor where seabird foraging takes place, Inuit input on where marine mammals, for instance, narwhal, are going in the summer season. So that's all being taken into consideration to establish future shipping routes. But this is all still a work in progress, and the agreement was just signed a month ago. So there's work to be done, but this is an opportunity, I think, to do the right thing and learn from past mistakes. And I hope that we'll continue on that road. Thank you for all these great questions. We've got time for, I think, a couple more. Sandra, what's the plan moving forward to ensure that Inuit benefit from this through employment, food security, healthcare, et cetera?
So I didn't state the number of jobs that we created with the monitors and hunters. So the two of the communities, the northernmost ones, are one of the smallest communities. Griesfjord is the smallest, and Resolute is a small town as well. And then Arctic Bay, Clyde River are kind of medium sized towns, and then Pond Inlet is a larger town. But we're talking about 150 to 800 to 2,000. So these are the size of the towns. So the jobs, we created 38 jobs. So that for one of the communities, that raised 10% of the employment rate. And these are meaningful jobs. And that's the part when we did the pilot project, and we did a pilot project to show that it can be done. We did that in Arctic Bay. So when you saw Neri in the film, he was so he's the manager of that program. It's really shown. We did a report on the 1 year anniversary, so that report also can be obtained on the QIA website, just the level of impact on the 5 jobs has had on the community and the kind of jobs that they are.
We just have a minute left, and we'd love to answer some of these other questions at the coffee break, or just grab Sandra, Kevin, or myself. Maybe final comments, lessons learned, final thoughts on all of this. Do you want to go first, Sandra?
Yeah, it's been really interesting because it was so intense. It was so intense, the negotiations. This normally takes 7 years, and we did it in 18 months. So I haven't really had time to process it, but I haven't felt celebratory, honestly, because I feel like this system should already be in place in our communities. This economic system should already be in the communities. But I'll find it within me to celebrate the achievement eventually. But yeah, it's been an interesting kind of processing the whole thing.
I mean, 2 things. One is just the real importance of traditional knowledge. But it's not, I hope people aren't walking out of here thinking it's just traditional knowledge. It's also the sort of traditional decision-making and governance processes that underscore that. I mean, Kikitani Inuit Association had its way of making decisions. So it's not just gathering the data and then looking at it on maps, it's also respecting the way in which decisions are made. The second thing is, some of the earlier questions from the first day about, do you create new institutions to do things? And I think this project really demonstrates the importance of getting the direction from the top. When you get the direction from the top, that can really change things. You don't have to create all these institutions. You've got well-meaning people, dedicated people, professionals, and through those collaborative relationships and bringing forward the views of Inuit to the top, to the Prime Minister, and that can, as you can see, can really produce results at the end. So let's not keep fooling around with institutions. It's where's the commitment? If it's there, drive it.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming, and it should have happened sooner, but we're really proud of what's happened, and I really want to thank Kuyana Meek, Sandra, thank you so much. Kevin, let's have a hand for our panelists, everybody. It's certainly an honor to moderate a panel like that on a subject like this. It's now my real pleasure and honor to introduce a friend of mine. I've worked with Henry on actually this issue and related issues around oceans for a number of years through our 2 organizations. And to moderate the next panel this morning, I'd like to welcome up Henry Huntington.
Well done, thank you. Thank you, sir. Nice panel. That's advance and that's back. What time is there? Well, good morning and thank you for joining us. This panel will look at the social sciences, the social side of climate change in the Arctic. We have 3 terrific panelists. Twyla Thurmond, who's with the native village of Shishmaref, Beth Marino, who's with Oregon State University Cascades, and Lindsay Soley Jensen, who's with the Office of Senator Dan Sullivan from Alaska. And they'll talk about different aspects of things, but we're going to take the case of Shishmaref as a starting point for this conversation. But I'd like you to keep in mind two themes as we go through the presentations and the discussion. One is that climate change isn't happening in a vacuum in the Arctic. Lots of other things are going on, and as we heard yesterday, the climate crisis is not off in 2050, it's here and now. But it's not the only thing going on. And one way to think about it, we were talking about wildfires in Alaska and so on. Things are already on fire. We have social injustice, economic injustice, we have health disparities, access to criminal justice, to many other things, to healthcare and so on. All kinds of things going on, and what climate change is doing is just dumping gasoline on a fire that's already there. The second theme to keep in mind is that details matter. And I think you'll hear in all three of the presentations why some of those details matter, that a broad brush approach to say, well, climate change does X and the solution is Y, probably misses an awful lot, both in understanding and in process. But without further ado, Twyla.
That means good morning. My English name is Twyla Thurmond, like Mr. Huntington just said. And my Inupiaq name is Anorak, after my late grandmother. I was born and raised in the very rural community of Shishmaref, Alaska. I am half Inupiaq and half Norwegian. I spent the majority of my early childhood living in Shishmaref and moved to the city, or Anchorage, when I was in my early teen years. Although the move was quite a culture shock, spending time living in a larger city gave me a more well-rounded perspective. Growing up in Shishmaref, I was surrounded by just the beauty of Alaska. The fresh air, subsistence gathering and hunting, Eskimo dancing, and a wide array of cultural-based activities. I remember that even in my youth, I had heard about erosion and the impacts it had and now continues to have on our land. We've dealt with these impacts multi-generationally. So I think that speaks volumes. We've dealt with erosion impacts since the 70s. Although there's now a formal position for dealing with the logistical aspect of facilitating projects, I have many predecessors within my home community. I feel honored and I feel blessed to have the opportunity to bring a voice to advocate and to educate people on what's happening in our community. So I'm the local coordinator for the Native Village of Shishmaref, which is basically a point of contact for our expansion prep, planning, and protecting what infrastructure we have left. The warming temperature changes that we all know is of a global concern, effects on our community in particular by way of unusually strong storms out of the general storm season are some of the issues that we face now. These storms cause violent tides and tsunami-like swells, as well as flooding. These threats that root from our environment have increasingly heightened our fear and worry for our people and our future. Due to the loss of shoreline pack ice, we are hunting and gathering much earlier than ever before. The thawing, permafrost, rise in sea level, and delay and freeze up of the Bering Sea are also things that we are dealing with. And now the delayed freezing and thinner ice creates problems when it comes to hunting of traditional game, such as seal, which in turn forces residents to become more dependent on highly processed Western foods that are shipped into Shishmaref at a great cost, roughly 2 to 4 times the cost you might find at your local grocery store. Professionals have estimated that as a result of erosion to our village site, it may be lost in about 15 years. Although that time frame is just a speculation, the perspective in that should speak volumes. Shishmaref and its community members work hard year-round to subsist and to hunt. And we shouldn't have to be fearful of our future. We have a tough time getting funding because of where we live. And it doesn't come in a timely manner. We just had a storm recently, about a month ago, and it took out our sanitation road. So we declared a disaster through FEMA, and it sometimes takes a year or more to get funding for those projects when we need the funding now. So I do have slides too. And I'll just go ahead and click through them. It's just basically sharing where we're from and a little bit about the culture. Inupiaq Eskimos rely on subsistence, seasonal hunting, and gathering throughout the year. Salmon berries, blueberries, blackberries, cranberries, and various roots and greens. These are some of the meat sources that we hunt. Muskox, fish, moose, reindeer, caribou, and seal. And here's a pretty dramatic photo of what we're dealing with. Homes are having to be relocated so that our land and these homes aren't washed away by the sea. And this is just some historical funding sources that we have utilized and what we've had to do thus far. And that is all.
Thank you, Twyla, for the introduction and explanation. Beth, if you don't know, literally wrote the book about Shishmaref and what happens there. Of course, we don't have time to cover all of that, but she'll talk about one of the aspects that Twyla raised, which is that of funding and what some of the mechanisms are and how they do or do not work for situations like Shishmaref's.
So thank you, Henry, for inviting me to sit on this panel, and thank you all for listening. I feel really honored to be here. And so thanks. What I'm going to talk about today is disasters and extreme events, some of the things that Twyla was talking about before. And the first thing I want to say or highlight is that when natural scientists and often when agencies like NOAA or NASA or even in public forums like the Weather Channel, when these places talk about risk to extreme events and disasters, they're mostly talking about exposure. So that means who's going to be in the path of the hurricane, where is the fire located, which shoreline is most likely to erode. And these are essentially predictions of where a hazard might co-occur with a population, with where people live. And these are all really important sets of data to know. But when social scientists talk about risk to extreme events and disasters, we think about which communities are the most likely to suffer either short or long-term negative outcomes when exposed to a hazard. We ask, for example, what's the median home price in a neighborhood whose levee is likely to fail? Or what groups of people cannot evacuate? Who doesn't have sufficient seawall infrastructure in place? Whose language isn't included on FEMA forms, and which groups of people are more likely to be in harm's way. These sets of data also have predictive power when it comes to disaster and extreme events, but they have at least as much to do with history as they have to do with the weather or with earthquakes. And I'm going to give you an example here that's not from the Arctic, but I think it sort of demonstrates this point. I don't know if I can move the slides. There we go. So in 1989, an earthquake hit San Francisco. It was a 6.9 magnitude earthquake. There were 63 fatalities. Maybe some of you remember this. It was during the World Series. I think Jose Canseco hit a home run. But then in 1999, an earthquake hit Izmit, Turkey. It was a 7.9 magnitude earthquake. It happened in the middle of the night, and there were 17,000 fatalities. And then we all remember probably the 2010 Port-au-Prince earthquake that hit Haiti. It was a 7.0 magnitude earthquake, and there were over 300,000 fatalities, right? So what this example demonstrates for me is that it's actually not the size of the disaster that predicts the human outcomes of disaster. Instead, it's the social conditions that a community finds itself in before the disaster hits that is actually predictive of the human outcomes of disaster. So if that's the case, then how do we think about the fact that 86% of Alaska Native communities experience problems with flooding and erosion? I've spent like the last 10 years, and like Henry said, I wrote a book, and what I was trying to do is really understand how historical decision-making, especially around development, and in particular, the way that colonization unfolded in Western Alaska, how this is actually the predictive factor for why Alaska Native communities experience the most harm from rapid ecological shift compared to other communities in the north. And I think in so many ways this is obvious, right? My friends in Western Alaska, my Inupiat colleagues and friends in Western Alaska are totally competent in the Arctic landscape. When I was writing this, I was laughing to myself because I went ice fishing in Shishmaref a couple years ago, and I was so proud of my super expensive North Face jacket, right? I was like, oh, this looks good, it's gonna keep me warm. And I was freezing on the ice. I was totally cold until one of my friends offered me their parka. So I think it's just completely clear that Inupiat technology and Inupiat ways of life are significantly more adaptable to Arctic environments than other ways of life, than Eurocentric or Western ways of life. And yet, Inupiat communities are some of the most vulnerable to sudden ecological shift. So why? On its face, that doesn't make any sense, unless you include in the model of risk an understanding of the harm and social positioning that is caused not only by the weather, but also by colonial histories. So then, what are the solutions to this persistent flooding in the Arctic? How we can ask from a social science perspective, is safety predicated on reducing risk within social systems? So one important area of research that I'm involved in today has to do with policy decisions around repetitive flooding. And I'm going to talk a little bit, I think, to something Twyla was saying, was just like the funding is not there. But I think that there are reasons why that we can trace. So by repetitive flooding, I really mean a condition of high water that happens with enough frequency to start to become a normative condition and not an aberration. In areas that where flooding repeats, repetitive flooding areas, eventually become uninhabitable unless there's serious protection put in place. And currently in Alaska, we know that there are a number of communities that are identified as under immediate threat from repetitive flooding, including this place that's extremely dear to my heart that Twyla just talked about, and that's Shishmaref, Alaska. So today there's a suite of policies. And also I just want to say this is happening in Alaska, but this is something that we're concerned about throughout the United States as well. So today in Alaska, there's this suite of, not in Alaska, in the US, there's this suite of policies that are specifically designed to address repetitive flooding. And this suite of policies is referred to often as voluntary buyout programs. Voluntary buyouts are currently a mechanism under US law that allows for a property owner to leave a home that repeatedly floods and buy property elsewhere. It seems to be increasing bipartisan support for using voluntary buyouts to deal with repetitive flooding. And this is one way to move funding into relocation or site expansion as an adaptation strategy, which is good news for those of us that are concerned with sea level rise. However, these programs are totally insufficient in rural Alaska, and they're particularly insufficient when we're talking about Alaska Native communities. So why is this the case? First, they're predicated on addressing problems to individual property owners, not groups of rights holders like you have with tribes. Secondly, it's really difficult to fund things like collective infrastructure or community infrastructure through these programs. So in other words, there's no way to leverage these funds to really provide money to relocate or expand a site of an entire community together. Now, what that says to me is that these policies were not written with these communities in mind, and therefore they're not working for these communities. So just to put it another way, if a family in Houston needs to sell their house and go because of repetitive flooding, there's a policy for that. But if a tribe needs to expand their community or relocate as a tribe and remain on ancestral land and retain control of the entirety of that ancestral land, there's no policy, and therefore there's no funding for that. So my research colleagues and I, and our team includes co-PI that's a community member in Shishmaref, are working with the IRA in Shishmaref. I just got back from a meeting with some coastal managers at NOAA and one of the staff attorneys at COERIC. And our plan is to conduct a policy analysis that allows us to understand disaster policy and bureaucratic discretion in disaster scenarios throughout the US. But what I'm really interested in is just figuring out what is possible. The panel that was up here before was really interesting for me, obviously, because they were talking about moving through those kind of silos of government and asking bigger questions about what's possible. And that's what I want to do, and I really want to look at that. And the purpose of figuring out what's possible is really to see if we can create some space to allow rural communities in Alaska to adapt to climate change on their own terms. And this entire project, of course, is tremendously helped by interest from people like Lindsay and Senator Sullivan. It's helped by interest in institutions like SEARCH that are really committed to bringing science to decision makers. And just to conclude, I want to say, I gave you about like 45 years of social science research in 3 slides. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask anything. So thank you so much for listening.
Thanks, Beth. The phrase that comes to mind is drinking from a fire hose, which I think is the theme of the whole conference, of trying to fit it so much into a short period, but
yeah,
we're getting conversations started.
Yeah.
So if you're hopelessly naive about the political system like I am, you think we've identified a problem, we've identified some of the policy matters, what we need is for Congress to wave its magic wand and poof, everything's fine. Lindsay is now going to tell us why that magic wand doesn't exist and what actually needs to happen.
Henry. First of all, thank you to my fellow panelists, and to Henry. I've already learned so much in our brief exchanges, and look forward to continuing the dialogue. I also want to give a special thanks to Dr. Kelly, who is always so good about regularly engaging policymakers and just trying to mitigate some of the silos that we may feel in our sort of lines of work and just break down those barriers in communication. He's answered many dumb questions for me and just appreciate the willingness to engage. As an introduction, I'm Lindsay Jensen. I grew up in Fairbanks, Alaska. I was lucky enough to begin my work in the federal policy space as an intern for Senator Stevens. And I've subsequently worked for both Senators Murkowski and now currently Sullivan. My portfolio at the moment includes many issues which fall under the Senate Commerce Committee jurisdiction, of which Senator Sullivan is a member. So it includes tech, telecom, tourism, which is obviously a big one for Alaska, TSA, another hot button issue, science in general. I also cover health and education issues. So to climate change and how to effectuate change through the legislative process, just full disclosure, I'm not a scientist and my portfolio does not put me at the epicenter of climate change conversations, policy conversations happening within Congress, but I can offer some observations as more of a generalist. So first, perhaps I'm biased, but I think Congress is a good venue to sort of address this issue. In a few minutes, you may be all rolling your eyes as I rattle off the obstacles to doing so, but I still maintain that it is the best venue. Legislation, it just requires a lot of deliberation, coalition building, and compromise, which I think it ends up producing a result superior to some of, agency rulemaking decisions. In some part, it was referenced in the previous panel because of simply its durability. Policies implemented at the agency level, they are subject to change and disruptions with new administrations, and candidly, a lot of them end up in court cases that just leave the issues unresolved. So that being said, as mentioned, and as we all know, there are major hurdles to enacting legislation. The gridlock is obvious and it's frustrating. I think hurdles that are more specific to climate change include a Congress that has as many views on what to do and how to do it and how to allocate, the finite resources that we have. There's many sort of views on that as there are members of Congress. And based on my conversations, it seems to sort of reflect the constituents that they represent. A high level of consensus at the member level on a legislative priority is absolutely necessary to getting something done. And it's really helpful if constituent and other relevant stakeholder input is sort of reinforcing that agenda. Another hurdle that I see facing climate change policy is something that you all are most acutely aware of, and that is just the sheer magnitude of the problem and its subsequent impacts. In terms of how Congress organizes itself and its business, it is so multi-jurisdictional. If you're looking at it through a purely adaptation lens, you're going to need the Appropriations Committee sign off on something. Environment and Public Works, Energy and Natural Resources Committees, those are obvious places that relevant climate change work is done, but I can also foresee in the near future, it becoming relevant to the committees that deal with health issues. In my work on the Commerce Committee, I haven't directly seen, explicit legislation attempting to address climate change, at least directly again, but that's another committee where in the near future, I can see it being completely relevant. So all this to say, it's really hard, I would imagine, for you guys who are doing the work on the ground and are able to most articulately convey what's going on and try to articulate a policy solution, but it's kind of hard to figure out where to go when it's so overwhelmingly big. So what to do, what's my advice? Again, this audience is in the best position to know on the ground impacts and sort of advocate for solutions. With that knowledge, I would say start from the bottom up and sort of build your way up. To the extent possible, coalesce with stakeholders and ensure that your message or policy proposal is really targeted and coordinated. The larger your coalition, the better your odds of success. Identify and collaborate with the relevant committees of jurisdiction so that they are in a position to help pursue your proposals. That's where the majority of legislation that is enacted sort of goes through its most rigorous process is within the committees. I think one of the overarching themes of this conference has been just the promotion of open dialogue, and I would like to echo that sentiment. Please call us. I can speak for my office and the rest of the Alaska delegation. Very open door policy, very collaborative colleagues, and please call us with your problems. Let us help you translate your problems into prospective policy changes through the legislative process. And that's it. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Lindsay, for that primer on how the Senate works and Congress works, and also for the invitation to engage. I guess I have one question, and maybe we'll start with Twyla, but one of the things that's come up at this conference has been the tension between the way that, often the discussion so far has been the tension between science, which breaks things into little pieces, and the indigenous way of looking at things, which is to look at a whole. There's an appeal in looking at the whole, but if I understood Lindsay correctly, we can't go to Congress with the whole. It's a matter of sort of picking some things, particular things to work on. So, from your perspective in the native village of Shishmaref, how does that model work? I mean, you have so many things that are going on. How do you pick a priority and say, well, yeah, we can only work on one of 100 things, and this is the one to work on?
I suppose that's a bit of a difficult question, but you have to start somewhere. So what I have been doing is I had a meeting recently with Alaska Institute for Justice, and we prepared a document for the United States Senate addressing policy issues. So that is where we started. And then creating documents and holding coalition meetings so that we were able to address and part it out. First and foremost, we need protection with what we have now. And with that, we're also citing out different places in case there is an imminent need for relocation. Does that answer your question?
Well, I think it helps. This is it's sort of a challenge of you can't do everything at once. So how do you decide where to put your effort?
Yeah, basically mapping it out and talking about it. And then we find our beginning spot and move from there.
Beth, you talked about, where the social sciences can come in and help in thinking through those kinds of things. I wondered if you had anything to add on this.
About where to start?
Yeah, where to start or how to prioritize if you can't do everything at once.
Yeah, that's hard. I'm just echoing what Twyla said. I can tell you what I did for just thinking about what the role of social science is in answering some of these questions. Social scientists are really good at critique. We're great cynics. That's what we do 98% of our day. And I think it was really important for me to think about how that critical lens could really translate to solutions and not just that critique. And that becomes really challenging because it's a little bit esoteric maybe, but in critique you can imagine the ideal world. And in solutions making you have to compromise, right? And so I think for me it was really important to give up just that critical lens, to give up that kind of cynical above it all, and really think about what I thought would move into the space of solutions. And so I think there are real ways that we can point to really particular, like nitty gritty, boring, like regs, kinds of ways where we can say, inequity happens here. And if we could expand this or change the way this rule is written or make exceptions for tribal communities in this regulation right here, that we could take a step towards environmental and social justice and equity solutions around climate change. And so that's what I did. I just looked at the landscape and said, it's this policy right here where I think we could make some changes. Yeah.
So it's a really interesting point. Your example of the relocation funding seems like an interesting one, that it's not we want Congress to allocate money specifically for Shishmaref, although that might be nice. But it's if you can make a change to a policy that's already there and a funding stream that already exists, that could help. And I wondered, Lindsay, there are a couple of questions about sort of changing some of the approaches. So, what constitutes a disaster? I mean, is the definition either too narrow or not quite right? There was another question about sort of how FEMA funds are spent, and it reminds me of being in Kivalina a few years ago, and they'd had a big storm that almost took out the runway, and people had gotten out with some heavy equipment they had and done a heroic job of moving earth and protecting the runway, and then discovered that, well, preventing a problem doesn't actually get you FEMA funding, so there was nobody to reimburse the community and the individuals who had put in all this work. Whereas if they'd sat back and waited for the runway to be destroyed, there would have been tons of money available, although they wouldn't have had a runway. So, I mean, what are the prospects of, I guess it's sort of these small but far-reaching changes versus sort of solving of one problem at a time?
Yeah, and I mean, candidly, that has been the problem from my vantage point. There have been some one-off funding mechanisms that have worked for certain circumstances in certain communities, but what is problematic is what Twyla's community needs is different than another Alaskan village needs are, and the circumstances that they find themselves in, and those are different than Mississippi, which is also facing issues with erosion. And so it's really hard to have anything other than sort of an ad hoc approach to funding, which is not ideal. In terms of prospective legislative changes, I would just say, when you initiate your sort of process of trying to affect change, just know that it's going to evolve a lot through the process. It's going to take a while, and you may candidly have to narrow the scope of your objectives significantly, which from personal experience, I'm sure we've all been there, it's really sad and it's really frustrating when you only get a fraction of what you are trying to achieve done. That's what I would say.
There's another question. We focused in this discussion a bit on Congress and federal action and so on, but there's a question about what can be done at the state and local levels. And I'm wondering, I mean, obviously, Shishmaref doesn't have the funds itself to pay for many of the things that you put up, Twyla, of the expenses of the riprap and the baskets and other things. But what are the initiatives that could be taken locally, regionally, or statewide in addition to federal policies and action?
I would think just getting the word out there and having a sit-down talking circle like we're having now, bringing awareness and reaching out to different sources, I would suppose, and definitely policy changes.
Right. But is there anything, I mean, is the problem too big to be handled entirely at the local or even state level, but are there aspects of where state and local action can help?
It's far too great of a financial burden to be sought out at that level.
Yeah. I mean, certainly some of the figures you were putting up of $10 million for something, and that's multiplied by 86 villages or 86% of villages?
86% of Alaska Native communities have or are experiencing problems with erosion and flooding. That's from a government report that came out in about
So we're talking 180, 190 communities times 10 million is a lot of money. Yeah. Yeah.
But I just want to say, I mean,
please.
Twyla's right. Like when we think about this disaster legislation and the big funding that comes with disaster legislation usually comes from the federal government. And we often talk about climate change legislation and things like that, but climate change is going to be expressed very often in these disaster scenarios. And so I think that is an area that's really interesting to look at when we think about how we really start to talk about adaptation. Yeah.
There's a question that touches on something Twyla said, which was this idea of the talking circles and the relationships that you build and express through those. And I guess, Lindsay, it's something you've talked about too, at least when we were on the phone, of what does it take to build that relationship? So again, being naive, I think, well, I've written a paper, I'll send a PDF to Senator Sullivan and the world will change. But obviously that's not enough. So what does it take to build that kind of relationship that you were talking about, you know, that you invited us to begin by getting in touch?
Mm-hmm. I think in Alaska, we're very fortunate. You know, Alaskans are very engaged and passionate, and they have no problem picking up the phone or even flying all the way to Washington, D.C. To advocate on behalf of their issues. So in some ways, I feel like I'm very uniquely situated and uniquely optimistic in sort of how I see those relationships, ability to progress and effectuate change. But from my perspective, it really is that simple. You know, the PDF that you send, it does have to, you know, somehow we have to bridge the gap of translating that into a policy, whether it means emergency funding, a one-off appropriations funding mechanism, or you know, an amendment to a law that's already on the books, you know, and go from there.
Twyla, from your point of view, you mentioned the talking circle. We have the invitation from Lindsay, but obviously this takes a lot of time and effort. So is that?
Timing is always going to be an issue.
Right.
But really doing this type of thing and talking about that factor being at play, as far as there isn't a lot of time. So I guess just putting that out there hopefully will speed up the process. One can only be hopeful.
Right, right. And Beth, you know, from a scientist's point of view, you have an awful lot to do. You have a professorship, you have a bunch of responsibilities and other things. You have research to get done, funding to obtain, et cetera. And now we're asking you to spend a lot of time engaging with Congress too. So how do you fit everything in?
Yeah, and I have a baby. You know, I mean, I have a lot to say. I think institutions should recognize outreach and application as part of our jobs. We don't do that very well in the university system right now. You know, but I mean, I think, you know, the reason you make time is because it's personal, right? I'm not only talking as a scientist, I'm also talking as a person who has really, really close friends in Shishmaref, who I care so much that place stays safe as a person, right? And so that's how, yeah. I mean, the Arctic's pretty good at that, I think. I think we're all, I would say, compared at least to other areas of science, that we all do have personal relationships with this place and with people who live there. And I think if we just kind of sit in that and really talk about that it'll be easier for us to translate our science into application.
Yeah. Lindsay, a question for you. So 86% of Alaska's villages. Alaska is not the only place. We heard from David Bihar yesterday about what's happening in, say, the Bay Area. We know from Deepwater Horizon, from hurricanes, from other things about, say, the Louisiana coast. There's lots of places where communities are facing similar problems. I mean, from a legislative point of view, is this something of a zero-sum game where we have a certain amount of money and either it's the place in Louisiana or Shishmaref? Or does it make more sense for, say, the Louisiana coastal communities and Alaska coastal communities to team up and come to Congress together and say, look, this is not an Alaska-specific issue. It's not one state. This is a national coastal issue.
Yeah, I think you're highlighting a problem. It thus far has been handled, on a very individual basis, specific to particular events, communities. And I do think that these communities would all benefit from a broader, more streamlined, holistic approach. And to that end, yes, coalescing would be effective.
Twyla, have you or have others in Shishmaref had the chance to work with other Alaska coastal communities or coastal communities outside the state?
Not as much as we would like to. On a more personal note and a more personal level, I suppose, we communicate very well, say, when we go to Nome or to Anchorage, which is a larger community, far larger than Shishmaref, of course. But when we meet and just have conversations with other Alaska Natives, the topic always comes up, so that's when we share, but we haven't formally had conversations, which I think should happen.
And what about outside the state? I mean, does it make sense to you to try to, say, team up with people in Louisiana who may have similar concerns to the ones Beth raised about, treating a community as a community rather than just an individual house at a time?
Yeah, it sounds like a great idea.
All right. Well, there's progress happening right before your very eyes. So, but of course, I mean, yet we're adding again to the challenge of now you have to figure out how to connect with those communities. Funding to travel back and forth isn't cheap. Yet another demand on your time.
True. Well, it was just about a week ago that I had an opportunity to come here.
Right.
Literally. Yeah. So I was grateful for that chance and this opportunity to speak. So.
Great. Well, thanks. I mean, obviously that is a sign of your commitment to looking out for your community to take
right.
advantage at short notice. So we appreciate that.
I hope so.
And I'm from Louisiana, so if we work together, we're doing it.
Oh.
Yeah.
So there was a comment, I don't know if anyone on the panel is able to answer this one specifically, but it says there are some preparedness funding available through the Department of Homeland Security, but that hasn't been mentioned. Does anybody have any experience with this? Is the question asked, is it rare? Is it really hard to get, or is that an untapped
Disaster
source?
mitigation funding, what was that?
For preparedness, it said.
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure what the question is speaking to exactly because FEMA is under DHS too, but there is disaster mitigation funding, hazard mitigation funding. A lot of buyouts happen through hazard mitigation. But the ad hoc process, like you were saying, if you can imagine trying to take one house, I mean, the framework is not working. That's what we know. Individual property owners were the first voters in this country, right? White male individual property owners. And that's still the mechanism by which a lot of policy sees the world, as these individual houses. And that's how a lot of policies are written to address, a lot of disaster policy is written to address property and property owners. And these cases in Alaska, they're not in that model, and that's a risk, right? So we can think about weather and water as being something that's risky, but invisibility under the law is also something that's risky. And so those are the kind of co-occurring phenomena that put certain places in harm's way.
We're running close on time. I just wonder if anyone has any final thoughts for the audience or It's okay, I don't mean to put anybody on the spot. If there was one thing you had left you wanted to say.
Well, I could end with Koyana. Thank you for an opportunity and for your time.
Yeah, I thank you too. I mean, it's an honor to be on the stage, especially after we've heard so many amazing speakers these last 2 days. So thank you very much. And I look forward to seeing what comes next, even with the panel on stage. So.
To echo my fellow panelists, thank you so much. And please do reach out if you have an idea, you have a problem, question, thought. As Twyla said, we can hope.
Hopeful's good.
Please join me in thanking the panel. And as I'm sure you're all aware and used to the routine by now, we now have a half-an-hour coffee break, at the end of which please come back, but please continue the conversations, and if you have more to discuss, the panelists are here. We'll see you in half an hour.
So one of our colleagues from Norway was saying to me during the break that he really appreciated that we had these full half-hour coffee breaks and not just the usual 10 or 15 minutes. I'm not finding them long enough. I don't know about you, but thank you for coming back. So our next two panels are both going to look at the question of emerging research, and you know, it's easy to look back at what's been done or what we know is about to happen, but this is a chance to sort of explore in the context of the rapid change we've been talking about and recognition of what it means to decision makers and people on the ground. It's useful to say, well, what's not in the, what's kind of in the pipeline but not happening yet in research. So here to start off that first panel is Betsy Baker. Betsy is the Executive Director of the North Pacific Research Board, and she is a sterling member of the Search Science Steering Committee, and she'll introduce the panel.
Thank you, Brendan. Good morning. So we have a change in our panel listing, from the panel listing, and so I'm going to introduce someone who's not here, but I would like to start by introducing the panelists who are here. Stacey Rasmus was not able to join us, and Rosemary Atongorok stepped in at the very last minute very willingly, and we appreciate her being here. She is a longtime community health aide in Alaska North Slope communities and a former Subsistence Advisory Board member, former mayor, council member, tribal council member, and school advisory council member in Nixet. So she has a lot of experience in many different roles. She has a lot of experience advocating and is concerned with health effects on communities of development, and we will explore that a bit more. So thank you, Rosemary, for being here. Gary Gernhardt, you have his bio, so I will simply introduce him as being affiliated with the U.S. Department of Energy, and he is closely involved in their climate modeling work, among others. And Hayo Aiken is at the International Arctic Research Center, University of Alaska, Fairbanks, but please refer to their bios. Minnick Rosing, I will read his bio. He will not be joining us. He had a long field season in Greenland. He is the professor of geology at the University of Copenhagen and a chairman of the board of Illismatsutsarik, University of Greenland. A native Greenlander, he has focused on geology of Greenland, particularly on the emergence of life on Earth and how it has shaped the Earth we live on today. And I will be making more reference to his work as we talk about emerging research questions. Thank you. So I'm going to start with Rosemary.
Thank you all.
Yes, thank you all for the welcome. So you have focused intently on raising awareness and advocating for finding solutions to health and social impacts of hydrocarbon and other resource development on the North Slope, on communities and on individuals. So given all of those experiences that I listed earlier, what emerging research questions do you see as the most important for the people you work with?
I want to thank everyone for the chance to be here and to share this opportunity. It's important to bring our voices into this process and to help to expand the volume of our concerns. We have a lot of expertise with the generations of knowledge that we bring into this, and engaging with others who are guiding decisions that are affecting us in the Arctic are so very important. If it wasn't for my mom being one of the first people in my family who were a person that was tested upon by the military, I probably wouldn't be as strong in this process. But as a child, she was one of the iodine experimental victims. And when our municipal government went through the process to look at that compensation, she was excluded because she was in a different protocol than what was compensated. So when we look at these kinds of things, it's really important to look at our communities and do it as a holistic factor instead of a part of the process. So for me, it's about looking at the health and wellness about our communities. So I, as a community health aide, even if we live in our small communities, my village is only 500, we can contribute to these important discussions by what we bring into these discussions. For me, watching the changes in our lands and waters, I saw the changes in our people. And respiratory illness is one of my big concerns, because when I started as a health aide, only one person used an inhaler. But by the time I stopped working in the clinic, there were already 75 people. But we were dealing with oil and gas development and increasing activity coming closer to my village, the increased concentration of those activities. All of the studies were being done about numbers of caribou, not what's happening to the health of the people in our lands and waters. So by asking questions at our local community meetings, I've been engaged in so many different ways that I would have never knocked on these doors, because it's important to try to find the answers to these questions and break them out of these silos that are keeping them from giving the tools and the resources to affect good decisions on these processes, not project approval. So for me, knowing what our risks are, and not just at a community level risk, but at a tribal level risk. The understanding of the risks as our tribal people are very different than some of these studies that are being put together to look at communities. When you look at how we use our lands and waters, you can affect the way that you interpret these various results that are coming into this process. So making sure that we understand things in a way, but it needs to be done in a precautious process, so knowing what our risks are and preparing to respond to them, but also in a preventative process. So if we're setting up the monitoring to know what our risks are and we're affecting these data, it doesn't do us any good if we're taking decades of data if we're not changing the decisions on the grounds and waters where people are getting sick. And so by tying these processes into the reactions to the permit process in my area that are changing my lands and waters are very important to connect to these decision-making processes. But also looking at this process in a protective manner, so that if we are getting data sets that are in exceedance of what others consider as acceptable levels, that there's a reaction to the process and we stop instead of allowing more emissions to continue to affect these important people who are suffering through these changes, because all of us can bring important discussions to these issues. We may have to understand terminology in a different way, but the vitality of our communities are important to engage in these discussions. I know it's important to know about the animals in our areas, the animals that we depend upon to feed our families, and not just the icon species that they look at for tourism or other revenue factors. These important things are important to know the wholeness of what affects these important food sources for our communities, not just that we have thousands of caribous that move across the North Slope. We also have to look at the changes in these animals as they move over time, but allow this to look at them over periods of time, not just clump layers and layers of caribou migration movement into a map. So you have these thousands of transects of marks that go out it, but no real understanding on how the caribou are changing as they move through these important areas, and how it affects whether or not our communities are getting these foods that are important for sustaining our villages. It's important to know how we use our foods, because some of you may not eat all the parts of the animals, but yet we know with scientific data that some of these parts of our animals are at higher risk for contaminants. So we need to know about these important discussions so that when we talk to our pregnant women and our children, we might make recommendations that, well, you're pregnant now, we would like to discourage you from eating the liver because it concentrates these contaminants, but we don't want to discourage you from eating the fish in a whole. These important discussions can affect the way that you understand the data, because narrow times of when we consume our foods can greatly change the interpretation of what our risk factors are.
Can I ask you about the risk factors, right? So these are things that Gary also thinks about. And you've also raised issues of, we can accumulate all of this data, but how can it help inform what actions are taken, what policymakers need to do? So I think we'll have Gary talk a bit about risk and modeling, and Hayo will then just a few introductory comments, but you raise a lot of the key issues that we want to return to. So I'm going to ask Gary, so you direct the Climate and Environment Sciences Division at a major US agency, so the policymaker on the panel from the Department of Energy. And as we prepared for today, you focused us on the need for planning. So knowledge and planning were the two keys that the panel came up with as to what we need to think about new questions. You've also noted that Arctic change will continue for 10 to 20 years, regardless of policy action, which highlights the critical importance of that planning, and that the largest uncertainties for planners relate to predictions, which we've heard a lot about here the last few days. So linking predictions and risk, tell us how emerging research can help planners better understand what the predictions can and cannot do.
Okay, this is on, good. Everybody, you should know that we're trying to coordinate these mics to make them work right. So thank you for the question, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me to be up here. I thought I'd make a first note and say that all of us up here on this panel, and a lot of us, have some personal connection to the Arctic. So it's based on the personal connection that we have developed a love for the Arctic, its beauty, its cultures, and we also have some interest to see how can the science that we invest in make a difference. And Betsy kind of asked the right question, and that is, in terms of making investments in infrastructure or other social systems, how do we use the science in the best way to inform the investment and the timing of those investments? So I work at Department of Energy, and the big focus which we have in my division is the development of prediction tools and developing the science base how we can extend so that these tools can be used to support right. And for those of you who have some connection to the finance sector or to the investment sector, these decisions are often based upon some level of confidence in the predictions. In other words, how much uncertainty can we state that we expect that these that the future might unfold. So in terms of the simple models that have been developed over the past 10 years, they've often been very coarse grid. They talk about 100-kilometer resolution predictions. They try to tackle things like extreme events, which we see today are problems. But the challenge is, how do we move these models to become more robust, higher resolution, more confident in the kind of predictions they make? And how can we use them in the right way? So within Department of Energy, we have some investments to focus on model development and how we can exercise these models to demonstrate their capabilities. They rely upon improved physics, improved computing, much better data. And the moment I say data, I'm going to reinforce a few points made yesterday or the day before, and that is that the Arctic is one of the regions of the planet which has probably the least amount of data. And ironically, it's the part of the planet which is changing the fastest. When I joined DOE about 9 years ago, the Arctic it had a personal touch for me anyway because of a connection, but it was also apparent that the adaptive capacity in the Arctic or anywhere starts to become an issue if the global change or climate change is starting to exceed what that capacity is. And that was already happening a decade ago. It's just getting worse. And what that implies is that we have to develop an aggressive schedule to figure out what the future might look like. And I recognize that this conference is 2050, so we're thinking 3 decades out into the future and how it could unfold over the next 3 decades. But the key thing is that we know that the climate is going to be changing over the next 1 or 2 decades, regardless of policy action. As we start to initiate or institutionalize policy action, even now, it's going to make a difference more 2 decades out and beyond than over the next few years. It doesn't make a whole lot of difference over the next decade if there is an emission reduction strategy or not. But it makes a huge difference as you get out beyond 2 decades or 3 decades. And that has an important component to how we do infrastructure or other type of social system planning. I know a lot of us here who have looked at the infrastructure issues. We often think about public bonds. I mean, these are the finance instruments. 30 years. Ironically, that's on the 2050 timescale. But the key thing is, as the global changes start to play out, we really don't understand what that means in terms of the rates of permafrost thaw, how it's be changing on an interannual basis and what those feedbacks might be on ocean circulation or fisheries. Extreme events are starting to play out. I would say a decade ago, we didn't think so much about wildfires emerging in the Arctic like they are today. And all we're going to imagine is that these are not going to get better in the future. And so the question is, how can we come up with some more robust projections of what we might experience and start to incorporate these with some acceptable level of uncertainty so that stakeholders can use this information in an effective way. So that's the connection to the planning process. So my last comment, because I realize we have to move on here, is that DOE has a huge investment to make sure that the U.S. is able to develop these kinds of capabilities, but we can't do this without NSF or NOAA, NASA, ONR, other big agencies which are investing in the same types of problems but with a different angle. And there are other agencies, so DHS, EPA, USGS, HHS, everybody has a stake in the Arctic in some way. But we can't do this as one agency alone. The problems are too big. So we have to look at this more as an interagency effort where we play our role, but we rely upon the investments of other agencies to do the right thing. I think I'll just stop there.
So we've heard an emerging research area from Rosemary of increasing our use of the data that's already there in the context of human health impacts. And Gary's also interested in the use of data for predictions, and as we attempt to model things, and some things that we've talked about in our planning phone calls are the need to, how do we use both kinds of knowledge that have been the focus of this conference? How do we use indigenous knowledge, and how do we use scientific knowledge to begin to address those emerging research questions? And Hayo is someone who's worked for many years as a Western scientist with a commitment to long-term Arctic observing, but also a very strong commitment to collaborating with hunters and another Nupyak sea ice experts from Alaska's North Slope. So in that capacity, I'm going to ask you, how should our observations, our sustained Arctic observations, be organized going forward to take account of the benefits that the Arctic provides to the global society and Earth systems, so sort of stepping back to that bigger scale, while also considering the benefits and the challenges that Rosemary's talking about, that climate change presents to Arctic communities? Big question.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you for the opportunity to flail at answering that. But I mean, reflecting on the past few days, you know, I think I tend to be a bit more of an optimist in terms of looking at what we've heard from different people in the room here on the stage, and that is to reflect that we have a lot, many, maybe all of the tools we need to solve some of the big problems that people have identified, including Rosemary. and others on the stage. What we don't have is we don't have yet a way to put those tools to good use in combination. That's ultimately is the Arctic problem, and it's a big problem in the Arctic compared to other regions. You know, you could argue, well, water availability in the South American West, southwestern U.S. is a big issue. You know, people have tried solving that. The challenge with the Arctic is that the scope of the broader problem is larger than any of these other regional problems that people are trying to solve. And that's been well demonstrated by people who live in the Arctic and have reflected over the course of the past few days as to what are some of the challenges, what are some of the opportunities. So in many respects, and I think Arctic observing is a great example where there's some progress been made, you know, in terms of getting the research community and potential users of information, people in Nuiqsut and other places, to jointly agree on what we can't do everything, right? So you have to prioritize. How do you identify those priorities? That's where you have to look at what are the benefits at the community level, but with the Arctic, global benefits always play a role as well, right? I mean, the Arctic is an indigenous space, but it's an indigenous space in many respects in an international context. So for a country like China to say, well, we're a near Arctic country, which, you know, from a, you know, you're the law expert, from your perspective, you might say, well, that's baloney, but it isn't baloney if you understand how the Arctic connects to mid and lower latitudes, you know, and how some of the interests of these countries affect life in a community like Nuiqsut and other places that we've heard about. So the key challenge is how do we do that? And George Kling earlier challenged me a bit to say, well, you know, we got to be more specific. So let's talk specifics. If we look at the signs of 2050 and this issue of how do we put these different tools together, you could argue that so it isn't an engineering problem anymore. You know, it isn't a problem of a particular discipline, and we can draw a lot of inspiration from indigenous traditional knowledge holders of a more holistic perspective on a broader set of problems. Learning that is tough. You know, I learned it in part with people like you, Rosemary, because, you know, I'm thinking of the project Amy Lovecraft led, Northern Alaska Scenarios Project. You played a very important role in that. That was a participatory scenarios project. Again, if you're interested in scenarios, I would urge you to learn more about it. They're a very effective way of you know, social learning and turning research into action. I learned a lot because I went in there and thought, hey, you know, if you look at the Arctic, it's all about climate change and climate problems. And I came out and realized, no, I mean, climate was one of about 15 major drivers, and people like Rosemary emphasized, hey, it's health, it's a lot of other issues at the community level that matter. So getting to the point, or one of the points, I would argue that by 2050, we have to have figured out how to build communities of practice that link informally or formally different groups of experts who are passionate about a subject. You've heard it from our two representatives of the congressional delegation. You know, they alluded to the fact that you can't, you know, yes, I mean, you can get stuff done in Congress, but ultimately, even in Congress, it's informal collaboration, communities of practice that help you get stuff done. The challenge is those communities of practice don't just grow on trees. And so the final point I would make is I would argue that, you know, it almost gives me a perverse pleasure to say this with Gary on the panel, who represents sort of the national lab approach, which is, hey, let's have physics, nuclear physics, define the problem and go from there. I would argue by mid-century we have to have social scientists, indigenous experts, and others at the local level define the problems for us, but also help us use the best that social science, you know, interpersonal communication, you know, the issue about the heart that came up earlier has to offer, so that we know how to actually bring all these tools together.
Thank you. And that notion of the communities of practice, I think, ties in very much to the previous panel, where we were encouraged to think about what is possible. And I think we can think better about what's possible given existing silos when we develop those communities. And I will return to that question of how we do that in very concrete ways, but I do want to get more concrete and specific. And I'll do that by summarizing an 8-minute YouTube TEDx talk that Minik provides. We're not going to have time for it. So as I said, he's a geologist and a Greenlander and studies what we can learn about climate from the Earth's history. But he's also very forward-thinking in how do we bring good news from the Arctic about, not that climate change is a good thing, but how do we take the results of that? And a very concrete proposition he has for emerging research is think of, and it gets to another issue that we've raised here of social equity, global equity. And his observation is that poverty follows poor soil, where there are not nutrients, generally speaking. And as the Greenland ice cap retreats, it is leaving exposed incredibly rich mineral deposits that he believes can be effectively transported to mid-latitudes, lower latitude, or the middle of the globe where there is heat and a lack of nutrients for good nutrition. And he says, so what would the climate costs of that be? He said, in Greenland, we can mine and export that without chemicals, without adverse environmental effects, and it would have the benefit and would counteract any climate costs of transporting those nutritional minerals for use in less rich soil areas. It would be offset because once you get the materials to where they're needed, they will themselves help sequester carbon. Right, this is his theory. This is what he proposes in the TEDx talk. And it's a very concrete example of how of a research question that needs to be pursued further. It gets to what Hayo is talking about in terms of benefits that the Arctic can provide to the rest of the world. And so that's just one that I'll put out there for consideration. But I do want to return to something that Melanie said at the very start of the conference, and to return to you, Rosemary. She said the urgent questions are not being researched enough. So I'd ask you to identify an urgent question and talk about ways you think we might better support that research.
So for me, I worry about what's happening in my area with the Arctic and the emissions related to the oil and gas. And so for me, I have tremendous concerns because of the inversions and the failure to restrict flaring during those inversions. So I would like to see this important process connecting what's happening on our grounds and waters with the energy policy. And this national energy policy is allowing more and more oil and gas development surrounding my village. And yet it's not connecting that we have inversions. When we're flaring this gas, the concentrations increase and many of our people are having respiratory illnesses. So if we can break through some of these barriers that are obstructing that, that's an important for me. For our state, it's really important that our animals continue to come into our areas to allow our people to feed our families in the generations to come. And there's many other changes that are happening with this global climate change. But in our generations, elders have talked about 7 ice ages. So we're in one of many. So, and when you put that into perspective, you all talk about climate change. We talk about it, climate change this year. And so bringing those kind of discussions into this process is very important because we failed to fully understand what has been happening, and now we're suffering these tremendous consequences all over the globe with the connection to the Arctic and the changes that are happening.
Something you wanted to add to that?
I'm not sure I think you're right. I think we need to have those types of assessments and document exactly what the risks are in detail. And I think once we have that, we could take that forward and see what we can do.
I guess the question is, yes, documenting is a step, And as we think about, though, the emerging research, again, I think we need to also discuss emerging tools or tools that make the emerging research more effective. And I think back to the presentation this morning on the new marine protected area, where the mapping of the two different kinds of understanding of the territory. And I'm wondering if, Hayo, in your observing work, which is very, observing can be from satellite down to on the ground, and what you see as a possible tool to be developed, or how we can take these different approaches to address the same question, whether it's pollutants or health effects of pollutants.
Well, let's take the specific point you raised, Rosemary. There's a lot of progress in terms of satellite remote sensing recently, both in terms of what you can do from satellites as well as unmanned aerial systems. What's needed is a better link between those groups that design these sensors, deploy instruments, and users on the ground in terms of having access to the data, being able to extract information from it that's relevant. And that's, again, going to require new types of partnerships. I mean, just as an example, I was in Japan a month ago. The Japanese Space Agency actually operates a satellite that currently is one. It's in collaboration with other countries, but Japan is the only country that has a continuous record of CO2, space-based CO2 and methane emissions. It's GOSAT-2 now that they're discussing to launch new. But that's a satellite that does capture methane emissions over larger areas. So it's those types of opportunities, linking them to concerns on the ground. How do you do that? How do you actually get to the scale of the community? That's where I would argue we, and I'm talking specifically to my colleagues in academia, maybe in particular at those at University of Alaska, we have to be finding ways that we can involve students more and researchers within the universities to work with people on the ground in terms of problem-focused instruction, problem-focused discourse, problem-focused knowledge co-production or knowledge generation. So figuring out ways that we do that better. And there's an interest in this, but somehow we're still lacking the tools. There's a researcher, I forget her name right now, I got to look it up, who's actually looked at, and you might know her work, at emissions, the gas compositions of emissions from the North Slope. It's involving people like her and others who have the ability to weave these concerns into various parts of instruction and research projects. And there's tools out there. I mean, some of them work or available. One example I'd like to give is, NSF, National Science Foundation, a few years back implemented the broader impacts component of proposals. In theory, that's supposed to be, and people can correct me if I'm wrong, account for about half of what these proposals are evaluated at, but those who know the reality, that's rarely the case, because researchers, including myself, are not very good at evaluating broader impacts. And both as a reviewer and I'm ashamed to say, as somebody who submitted proposals, have seen a lot of weak broader impacts sections, right? Those are the types of things that need to be developed further to make use of that. But at the same time, I would throw the ball back to government agencies, and I think DOE has been great in terms of recognizing that if you're talking about energy, it's not just about energy production or fossil fuel or what have you, it's about the impacts. So DOE has looked at how do you look at this holistically. That's where the Earth system modeling initiatives come in. But you have other agencies, you look at NASA. NASA has an applied sciences program, but it's very, very small. I don't know what their budget is, but I suspect it's about, for the globe, it's about 1/10 of what Gary's program spends in just one part of the Arctic. So developing those types of programs further and getting researchers and students and people in communities the ability to tap into those types of funds is going to be really important.
So I see both Rosemary and Gary want to say something, but I want to start pulling in the audience questions, and they're very much along the lines of what you've been talking about. And I'm going to read 3 of them that I think relate very much to how do we fill gaps, how do we bring in indigenous knowledge, how do we better co-produce knowledge for better prediction. So one is, Gary, you mentioned how DOE works to make the prediction models more robust with less uncertainty. What sources of information and decision process do you use to decide what the models actually predict? To Rosemary, the question is, the displacement of hunters from former subsistence areas within the oil fields east of Nuiqsut is one of the biggest impacts of oil and gas on the slope. How do you fix that? And then another question that I think ties this together well is science and indigenous knowledge should inform policy and investment. Can the lived indigenous experience fill confidence gaps created by scientific uncertainty, both in the modeling and in the investment context? So those three, I think, tie together well. I'll let you guys decide who goes first.
Okay, I think I remember the first question. Anyway, I just wanted to say that the scientific community historically has not been very good about engaging, let's say, stakeholders in helping to define the problem from the beginning. They often define a problem based upon what they see as a science gap. They write a proposal to a funding agency. It's reviewed by scientific colleagues who also don't typically have connections to stakeholders. The stakeholders historically, I'm going to say just in general, have been left out. And we've recognized that that's a major shortcoming. In fact, I give credit to the American Geophysical Union, because they tried to push the concept of getting stakeholders much more engaged in the process from the beginning so that they would own the process from the start, and it would be just the scientists. So this is something that the AG was at least been trying to do for the past at least 5 years. Now, it doesn't mean that all of the scientists within the community who are writing proposals do it. But I can say that we did do something earlier this year, and HIA was part of this new project we just started for the North Slope of modeling project for the North Slope of Alaska, and that is that we wouldn't try to develop a predictive capability for the scientists alone to study or analyze, but it would be driven by what we felt stakeholders needed in terms of their future investments or shortcomings and decisions which they need to make. Some of those are coastal erosion, some of those are coastal hydrology. What types of hypoxia events in southern Alaska could eventually migrate around to the north? These are the kinds of things that we felt that we could at least make a start to do, but it doesn't mean we're doing a great job, we're just making a start. And I think a discussion like this could help motivate a broader community, scientific community adjustment to take on a new paradigm of how they define problems.
So returning caribou to the east of Nuiqsut is a very important discussion. We've had a lot of discussions in our community about that. One big issue is that the infrastructure has not been rehabilitated. There's a lot of work that's been done in certain areas, but if we did a better job of restoring the area after they're done with their resource extraction, then we might have hopes of having caribou come back into these areas. But if we were stepping back even further and fully understanding how do our animals get into these areas and how their migratory paths are so very important, and what are we doing around these areas that are impacting whether or not our animals get into these areas, are very important. We can look at some of these satellite mappings, and if we broke it down into some of these unit developments, then you could look at periods of time prior to activity in this area, look at it during activity in this area, how did it impact how the caribous moves, are there design changes that we could put, like we forced the raising of the pipeline up off the tundra to allow caribous to get through, because I have pictures and some of my work that show the pipelines on the ground, and I teach our kids that we have to be engaged in these meetings because we have to tell them how it should be designed, not how it can be designed most profitably, because it is for our continued life in the village that we want to make sure that animals continue to come to us. But we also have to look at some of these very important areas, such as the calving grounds, and how we have 3 herds that are in serious decline, and how there are protections on the Canadian side, and the porcupine herd that goes to that calving ground and comes back into the U.S. side, that side is still a highly productive herd. But the other 3 herds where their calving grounds are now in the industrial field, they are very impacted. Or in the West, where you have increased concentration of the fly-in hunters and the changes that are happening on that side. All of these important discussions need to be brought out of their various silos. You have a little bit of discussion on subsistence, you have a little bit of discussion on energy, you have a little bit of discussion on Department of Transportation, but it's about the human health of our people and bringing these discussions out of their silos so that we prevent the serious impacts that happen with loss of caribou, the social ills. When you have no caribou to eat, I saw what happens in our village when all of a sudden seismic activity drove the caribou completely away from our village, when we had no whales to eat, when we had seismic activity during whaling. Those were winters I never want to see repeated, and I'm very aggressive in this process to educate others that we should not force these severe changes on our peoples, because we all are important people in these discussions.
So, I think Rosemary raises with those comments another very important issue as an historian, also thinking about we have past data, we have past experience of food scarcity, for example, that we can learn from, and how good a job are both the indigenous knowledge and the research communities doing at rescuing data. That's something our organization also tries to support, is there, we can learn from these past lessons, and how can we apply existing data to those emerging questions. An anonymous question comes in that gets us back, though, to the theme of timescale. Climate change has a large influence on the Arctic, but how do you address future issues when there are current issues that are not being addressed quickly enough in a rapidly changing environment? And here I'll just throw in, so the cold pool, if you think about that narrow space in the Bering Strait where we've had ice until very recently that makes that wall of cold water serve as a very natural barrier to stocks moving either direction. Oceanography community said 5 years ago, oh, by 2050, it'll be gone, by 2050. It was gone last year, and it looks like it will be gone again this year. And I'm sure each of you have examples of that, but I'd like to hear, yes, we need to address future issues, and I think those maybe have been dismissed because they're not as pressing. But how do we do this balance as we think about the emerging research questions? Which ones do you address? Is it chicken and egg? And
For me, it's bringing the discussion to the communities where the research is going to be done and letting the communities work in the process of identifying what are our community priorities and working with others who want to do research on these very important issues to help answer some of our questions, but also help to build the answers to the questions that others have on these important issues.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough question. The panel is about the future, but you know, whoever asked the question is right. I mean, you know, the future is here. I think the key thing is that we clearly, or you could argue that we lack capacity, right? Both within. I mean, that's what I took away from a lot of panels over the course of a couple of days from people who live in the Arctic. But in some ways, it's true for the research community as well. We lack capacity right now to respond effectively to some of the challenges we're seeing. And so how do you build that? I think that's a key question. In my mind, again, looking at our educational system, higher education, informal education is absolutely critical, because regardless, I mean, you've heard it from, you know, the younger people here, the younger generation. I mean, they're informed in many ways. They know better. I mean, let's talk specifics, right? So I'm with this generation where I spend probably 2 years of my education at university learning stuff that is absolutely useless. You know, I actually probably never used it while I was in the midst of scientific research. I don't need it now. And part of the reason is we have a lot of knowledge that is accessible through online sources. I mean, the way we deal, we freed up, in essence, a lot of stupid study time to do things that are relevant, right? And so let's put that to better use. I would argue the younger generation is much more adept at using these different types of tools and not getting bogged down by learning names of minerals, you know, which was part of what I spent those 2 years on. So, and anyways, there's only ice, right, that you really have to remember. But putting it, but at the same time, you know, we do see, so hey, I'm from the University of Alaska. Those of you who follow the media know that we're facing a significant challenge, but I would argue that's a great opportunity as well. We're America's Arctic University. I would argue that some of the faculty members that are in the room here and others know how to work and address these types of problems. But again, how do you build capacity? It's an opportunity to transform part of the educational system in terms of what needs to be done to get better at co-production of knowledge, get better at bringing the social sciences, liberal arts, other forms of solving problems into the engineering or the physical or in the environmental sciences. The health sciences is a great example where that may already be happening now. And so in terms of effective response, it's not going to be a bunch of people like myself sitting on a stage, you know, pontificating. It's going to be at the level where you have students from some of these communities. I mean, Denali is a great example, right? I mean, or you have people like Corey Erickson here in the front row. I mean, these are folks who are able to actually do something, but they also know where to sort of look within academia or within federal agencies for some of the help.
So I guess it's my turn. But I thought I'd just make a few comments getting back to the question of balance between long-term climate change research and more immediate questions. So if we think about science policy in general, how it's developed, there's the multi-generational question of climate change. And people worry about that because of long-term investments which transition multiple generations, and if we're passing off the solution to a subsequent generation, that's a commitment that the policy process has to deal with. And I would say that's a big basis for our investments in climate research. But the other piece is if you're developing a strategy within a federal agency or writing a narrative for a budget, let's say an FY21 budget request, you focus on what are the big surprises, what are the national security risks of a surprise, and is there a sense of urgency of a scientific problem that wasn't there, say, 2 or 3 years ago? Something which, and that gets a lot. It's a different angle from the intergenerational problem of climate change, but it's still environmental science or geophysical science in some way, but they're coming at it from 2 different angles. So I'm not going to say one is more important or less important than the other. They're both of equal value. It's just that the arguments that are made to support why this or why not that, they can still satisfy having a short-term challenge to look at, say, the Bering ice versus long-term climate change might play out in the future. They can be argued both ways. Congress and the president's budget request consider both of them, and they have to. But I would say the most important thing for the scientific community and get people's interest, the federal agencies, especially program managers, is it new? Is it urgent? And will it have big impacts? And all of these kind of touch that.
We are out of time. I would close by pitching some questions to the next panel, which is also looking at emerging research, but they're talking more on capacity and scale. And just some of the questions here get to so we've talked a little bit about investment in the Arctic here, and I just want to step back for a moment and recall a theme that I've heard throughout that I think does get to capacity. What is our capacity, each of us, to think differently about how we understand the Arctic, how we understand investment, how we understand economy? And the Nunavut example was so powerful, the ability of community-driven economy, shaping the economy they want. And I think of George's very beautiful comments yesterday about sharing cooperation and collaboration as a way of caring for each other. And I think that can be done between the different communities. And the way that I have begun to think about that in a conversation with Rachel and others, over and over again, our Indigenous colleagues say, we are part of the ecosystem. We are part of the ecosystem. And I'm wondering what our economies would look like, what our research would look like, if those of us who are not Indigenous would also begin to understand that we are part of the ecosystem. And maybe that way we could begin to reshape how we think about emerging research questions. So I will leave it with that and ask you to thank our panelists for their very helpful reflections. And I'll also invite the next panel to come up, please, so as to be as seamless as possible. And the topic of this panel is considerations for emerging research, capacity, and scale. And our moderator is making her way up. Oh, hey, Corey. Hello. Hey, colleagues. Okay. So Priyanka Hugen, who is the last woman entering the stage set here, is with the House Committee on Science, Space, and Technology, and she is the staff lead for environment. And with that introduction, I will turn it over to the next panel.
Great. Thank you so much, Betsy. And thank you so much to the organizers for having me here today. It's really an honor to be invited to moderate a panel in this conference that has been so successful and started a lot of really interesting conversations and dialogues, and having such esteemed panelists for me to have a great conversation with. So hopefully we'll have some opportunity to get some audience questions as well. So I'll go ahead and introduce the panelists. I'll start to my right with Dr. Colleen Strawhacker. She is the program director for the Arctic Systems Science and the Arctic Social Sciences programs in the Office of Polar Programs at the National Science Foundation. She's currently on leave as a research scientist at the National Snow and Ice Data Center at the University of Colorado in Boulder. And all of their longer biographies are in your handout, so I won't go into too much detail, but they have very great and established backgrounds. Next is Dr. Justina Dahl. She's a research officer at the Swedish Polar Research Secretariat. Prior to starting at the SPRS, she worked as a postdoctoral research fellow at the Division of History of Science, Technology, and Environment at KTH Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm, Sweden. And last but not least, we have Corey Erickson. Corey is the North Slope Science Liaison for the Ukpeagvik Inupiat Corporation, or UIC, Science Liaison. So his job requires him to facilitate and foster productive conversations and relations between Arctic researchers and Arctic residents in northern Alaska. And I think this panel is really well situated to follow the previous panel, and they really kind of set us up very well to kind of continue the conversations on emerging research and looking at it from the perspective of capacity and scale. And I think this panel is really well situated to discuss those issues, because we have representatives looking at both the institutions that are conducting that research and the communities where that research is being conducted. So I'm really looking forward to an interesting conversation here. So
just kind of building off of all the different presentations and posters that you have all had the opportunity to see at the conference, and looking at the very diverse aspects of Arctic research and Arctic communities and the infrastructure and environment, which is very unique and has been going through dramatic changes. But like I said, we've got a great expert panel here who can talk about the capacity of these communities and these institutions conducting the research and trying to understand what is the right scale for that research. So another way to ask the question is, how do we build the capacity to do this research? I think we're very excited that there's a lot that needs to be understood. There's a lot of data gaps. There's a lot of research to be done. It's not something that we can just jump into without kind of taking a full understanding of the situation. So Justina, you have worked in many diverse positions on the interface of polar science and policy, especially at the international level. What are some of the capacity and scale questions that have been really important to answer at that international level?
Thanks, Priyanka. First of all, I want to thank you and the organizers for inviting me for this panel. The motto at the Swedish Polar Research Secretariat is collaboration and cooperation. And we've done that very successfully with the U.S. National Science Foundation now and in the past. So I really want to thank you for this opportunity. Now, in terms of the challenges at the international level, I think another way of framing the question would be, how is and isn't science meeting policy needs? Because we're talking about institutions, we're talking about research, we're talking about international collaborations, and we're talking about democracies most of the time. So we have to talk about the larger audience. So the larger population goes and votes, and we have to explain, why do we have to put parts of our limited budgets into science that often is very, very expensive? Getting to the Arctic, getting to the Antarctic is very it takes a lot of cost. So I think in terms of science meeting or not meeting policy needs, there's three aspects. One is that it is meeting it institutionally. There are institutions where scientists come together with policymakers and politicians in the Arctic and nationally to discuss their research and to impact regulations and legislations. And one of these institutions in the Arctic is the Arctic Council, which has the Arctic Environmental Protection Strategy as part of it. And it's 6 different working groups where there are scientists as well as minister-level officials working together discussing, and it's a two-way street. So the science comes to the policymakers as well as the policymakers saying, hey, we need something specific. We need a report on Arctic climate impact assessment. We need a report on resilient communities. And then the working groups, they take this upon them, and then they work on this, and then they come up with a report for the Arctic Council. And then I would also say that, so institutionally, and then secondly, I would say that science has been successful in meeting policy needs intellectually, because there are a lot of these very large, bold initiatives, specifically in the Nordic countries and in Europe, that encourage scientists to come up with new alternative futures, new ways to govern, new ways to look at the environment, new ways to engage with different groups. And one of the examples of these would be the Nordforsk responsible development of the Arctic. And then thirdly, I would say where science is not responding to policy needs is in the level of science literacy, not only in the US or in Europe, but globally. There's a lot of populist propaganda, a lot of false facts used in one way or another coming out. And it seems that in the conversations that is going on in our newspapers, in our news outlets, and in various other locations, there is a shocking a shocking way where people don't seem to understand the scientific process, which leads into a lot of these populist movements growing and people voting for them. So I think in terms of science literacy, it has been going down, and science needs to address that in one way or another.
And kind of following up on that, where do you think is the best place to focus on this science literacy? Is it in the public? Is it in the policymakers? Is it both? Is it elsewhere?
I think it is both. I think in terms of capacity building, that has come out here oftentimes, that indigenous traditional knowledge is not acknowledged as being at the level of our Western science. And I think it's a lack of education in terms of understanding what traditional indigenous knowledge is and what the scientific process is at other venues. So I think it comes in education, it comes in research, it comes in designing calls for proposals. In Europe, we're now working within a EU PolarNet, which is the ERC, European Research Council process, with a European Polar Research Program, and capacity building and is a big part of it at different levels in terms of toolkits for scientists as well as researchers to engage with different communities and audiences.
Colleen, you are program director for 2 NSF programs in the Office of Polar Programs. And most of us here understand that within the US, the National Science Foundation primarily focuses on new research and basic research and less on applied research that is typically supported by other federal agencies. How does navigating the new Arctic with its focus on building infrastructure and collaboration with indigenous communities fit into the traditional role of NSF? And kind of building off of what Justina said, what are some of the bold initiatives that you're seeing within NSF and maybe within other federal agencies?
Sure, thank you. So, yeah, navigating the new Arctic, let me take a step back and give some background for those of you who might not be familiar with it. It's one of the kind of 10 big new ideas that are being championed by our director at the National Science Foundation. These 10 big ideas include things like windows into the universe, understanding the rules of life, some of these bold ideas that you're talking about, Justina. And one of those is navigating the new Arctic, in which we're injecting about $30 million of funding into basic research in the Arctic. And I want to kind of say, basic research to me at least is both curiosity driven and also use inspired in a lot of ways too. And I think navigating the new Arctic, some of the themes that you just brought up, the resilient infrastructure, the creating new communities, the incorporation of co-production of knowledge into our research is really moving us towards more of that use inspired side of basic research. And so a couple of other things that are really unique about, we call it NNA. I have to use an acronym, right? I'm a scientist, so you'll have to bear with me. So NNA, kind of the things that we focus on that are different from other NSF programs. A lot of NSF programs are very disciplinary based. I'm a social scientist, so I work very often with the archaeology program, the cultural anthropology program. These are disciplinary programs. NNA is really focused on convergent research. We want to see people who are working at the intersection of the natural sciences, the social sciences, engineering. I actually saw a question on the Slido from the previous panel of someone asking where the engineers are. NNA is designed to help fill that gap and lead us towards these use-inspired research questions. We have themes that we want to see that include resilient infrastructure, as we brought up. A theme we have is education, building diverse research communities. And clearly, if you want to do this use-inspired research, you need to go to the users. And we want to know what kind of really good knowledge is coming out of the Arctic, incorporate that into the Western science that NSF is accustomed to funding. That being said, many of you who are accustomed to applying for grants at the National Science Foundation know that we have kind of our core Arctic programs. Those are the Arctic Natural Sciences, Arctic Systems Science, the Arctic Observing Network, and the Arctic Social Sciences Program. For those of you who have looked at the solicitation, you know that there's about $40 million available for those programs. As I mentioned before, NNA is injecting an additional $30 million. That's almost doubling our research budget into Arctic research coming out of NSF. And I think, being at NSF, we are very excited about this kind of bold new initiative that we can really support exciting, use-inspired, convergent research. But I don't think we anticipated what this kind of injection of new research money would bring, especially when we're talking about wanting to focus on collaborations with people on the ground in the Arctic and Arctic residents, and really thinking about the importance of indigenous knowledge. And I know there were some challenges there, in which we've talked a lot about what co-production means by including people at the outset. What research questions do indigenous communities in the Arctic what do they want to study, and what do they want to research, and what methodologies and theories do they want to use in partnership with scientists. And so I don't think we anticipated the challenges of the scale and scope that came along with the Navigating the New Arctic program, that we're actively trying to figure out how to mediate some of these challenges as we move forward with this program.
And do you have examples of some of the mechanisms that you're using for mediating some of these challenges. I know some of them may still be in development since this is a fairly new and young program, but do you have some examples?
Yeah, so first it's listening to people like Corey very carefully and getting that feedback and taking that in and really trying to figure out what we can do better and what would make it easier on their end. Another thing that we're really trying to focus on is education of our program officers. What does actually co-production of knowledge mean in a scientific research project? Making sure that our reviewers, those who review proposals, are aware on how to actually evaluate this really well. Hayo brought up broader impacts within National Science Foundation proposals, and how do we better allow people to evaluate that moving forward. So there are a couple of things that we're doing, but we want to hear new ideas on how we can do this better.
Corey, as Colleen mentioned, you seem to be in the right place to try and help programs like the NNA address some of these co-production issues and some of these capacity issues, as there is obviously greater interest and greater funding to come into the Arctic to do additional research. Could you place that in the larger context from your perspective as the liaison at the UIC and where you work with thousands of scientists as well as the community members?
Yeah. First, thank you, NSF, for paying for my position pretty much the last few years, and thank you for everyone who brought us here. So it's good to have this conversation to get started. I'll probably come back to answer that question a little bit more specifically, but I first wanted to ask what does it mean to be a policymaker? Could you tell me?
Sure. What does it mean to be a policymaker? Yeah, great question. So for myself in the science committee, a lot of what we do is trying to ensure that the very large questions that we're trying to answer, many of them are built on a foundation of science, and a lot of that science in this country is funded through federal initiatives. So kind of understanding what are the gaps in research and the gaps in knowledge, and how the federal government can go about providing funding and resources to try and meet some of the big problems and the big challenges and big questions that are out there. So a lot of what we do is actually working with our federal agencies, like the National Science Foundation, and working with other non-federal stakeholders, such as community groups, indigenous communities, as well as academic community, as well as the private sector, to try and understand, here are our big challenges, what do we need to try and address some of those challenges? Can we put together a legislative solution forward, or at least provide some guidance of how we think we can approach some of these problems? And so a lot of that is based on input from external stakeholders outside of the federal government as well.
By show of hands, how many policymakers do we have here in any capacity? One? Yeah, I'm not too concerned about the people that are in the room right now. I'm more concerned about the people that are not in the room. We have a huge misinformation campaign that's turning the public against scientists and against fact, and we need to call out those folks. And I think any of us from Alaska would be more than happy, and not happy, but we'd be willing to stay as long as it takes to meet with any of those guys. And I hear that someone lives in a house nearby, a big white one. And I'd be happy to stay and have a conversation with any of those guys to straighten that out. We have to call those guys out. It's the ones that are not in the room. I don't think there's any doubt that with the global warming and the climate change that's going on, I think everybody in this room are all on the same page, and we have to see that. Because right now we're not fighting against climate change, we're fighting against each other. And I have so much to share, but I'll just try to focus on the two terms, scale and capacity. So I was happy that it was mentioned earlier about the whole of government approach. We really need a whole of government approach. I mean, do you have any idea how big Arctic research is? I mean, you have NSF, as far as players that go up there that we work with, NSF, NASA, NOAA, BOEM, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, DOD, Department of Energy, BLM, USGS, Department of Homeland Security, Corps of Engineers, and everybody wants to create their own wheel, and everybody wants to own their own research. So there's no doubt that we need a whole of government approach. It's getting pretty ridiculous. Every 2 weeks we have to recreate the wheel with a new group. And that's just the U.S. Federal agencies. There are hundreds of research institutions that do research on the Arctic, that visit and work around our communities. There are dozens of other countries, thousands of individual projects, many of which are, the bottom line is that they're there to get a degree for themselves and then leave. But that's not always the case. We have a lot of good examples in the room. As far as scale, it'd be important to note, and when you say polar sciences, Antarctic and Arctic, I mean, hundreds of millions poured into the Antarctic program, tens of millions poured into the Arctic program. The Antarctic winter is our summer, our winter is their summer. The icebreakers are dry docked during our winter. So a lot of emphasis put on the Antarctic, just to keep that in mind as far as scale. And people try to relate the two, they're polar opposites, literally. So it's really complicated on the federal side of things. It's the web of people that work up there is really complicated, so we need that whole government approach. There's no doubt about that, but it's also very complicated on the Native side. We have over 1,000 Native entities in Alaska. Our village corporation alone, UIC, we have over 50 businesses. That's just one out of 220 village corporations. So there's a lot. As far as mental capacity, scientists are not able to even know, they don't know where to start. And NSF has very aggressive, good code of conduct guidelines, that you guys made up. They're very good, but we just need the tools to implement them. They don't have anywhere to start. And it's such a rigid process. They have to tell you exactly how they're going to spend every penny before they even know how it's going to affect the villages. They can't. The rigidity there has to loosen up a little bit more, so it's not just total top down. There is some bottom up, and I kind of feel bad about focusing on NSF stuff so much, because I just listed how big Arctic research is. NSF's the only one that is really trying to do the right thing, but they become the whipping boy for everybody else too. So everybody else has to take some accountability there and come together in some coordination and cooperation on the federal side. And as far as, now that's scale, so those are some things that I wanted to share about scale, but capacity, it varies greatly across the Arctic, and we're very lucky in Utqiagvik and Barrow. We have a very long history of very, very close relationship between the locals and the scientists. So the wheel is not broken everywhere, but I can tell you that the wheel is broken everywhere else than Barrow. We're very lucky and very blessed to have what we have up there. Our Max Brewer, who was the head of NARL, he's buried next to Kenneth Tuvok up there. They were like this, closer than brothers. That's just an example of how close that relationship is. And I know we've been kind of hounding on the scientists all week, but there's things that need to be fixed, but there are also really good examples out there. We have a lot of people in the room that are very good examples of doing Arctic research and incorporating the community. And I mean, Craig, Tweedy, Bob, Karen, we've done some really good stuff the last few years, and there's many more. Kyle, it really means a lot to us. So the wheel is not broken everywhere, but there needs to be some work in other areas, that's for sure. Let's see if anything else. And in terms of capacity as well, before I move off of the Barrow subject, we're very proud of owning and operating the Naval Arctic Research Laboratories, and we have a very nice building, the Barrow Arctic Research Center. But you got to keep in mind that that was the first of 5 phases of a big project that we were supposed to have built up there as far as capacity. As soon as Ted Stevens died and the Iraq war started, they pulled the funding, so we got 1 out of 5 phases. We're very proud of what we have, but it could have been much more. And it was supposed to be much bigger and better. And thanks to, there are people on the local level in Barrow that really worked a long time for that and still feel like they got burned. And then the final thing that I want to share is that you can't change a natural science, you can't make a natural scientist into a social scientist overnight. The social sciences, they went through a very reflexive period in the 90s, in the 80s. I mean, it kind of started with Vine Deloria Jr.'s Custer Died for Your Sins, where he called out the social scientists who were, so they went through a very reflexive period, and what came about from all that was the internal review board process, those types of things. Social scientists have to go through months, maybe even years of going through the internal review board just to ask someone in our communities one question. Natural scientists? There are no process or procedures. You could just dump 20 of them into a village and they can go and talk to people. That has to change. So we talk about learning from social scientists and learning from into the natural scientists. Look into the history and find out that, read about that reflexive period, read some of that stuff, and you'll. So we need to have some sort of process there. And then going back to the original question was about how was it focused on NNA? I could make comments on that too, real quick.
Yeah, the original question is how you can kind of strengthen the co-production of knowledge through like the NNA, for example, and how you can go about strengthening that co-production. And I think you touched on some of those things, but if you have more specific examples or particular mechanisms that you know have worked, for example, in Barrow or maybe in other communities, that could maybe be a template for further growth.
We've said a lot. I've heard a lot this week that sounds like it will really work, and I can go through all that again, but it's time to stop talking and start doing. So that's what it is. I mean, it can't be an afterthought. I mean, we can't, with this, I know scientists like to do proposals at the 11th hour, but we can't be contacted 1 week before and say, hey, you guys want to sign this letter and let's co-produce some knowledge. And by the way, here's the document that we came up with, and it has everything spelled out and written. It has all the questions already asked. The scientists are going to try to satisfy the funding agencies. That's what the goal is to satisfy the funding agencies, so they have those core things that they need to cover, and then they add on to their secondary interests or whatever, and they kind of incorporate their own, make it their own sort of. And then they reach out to us after that's all set in stone pretty much. There's no way they're going to change all that. We're not asked what we think about it. We're asked to sign a pre-written letter of support. So that's what really ticked off a lot of people, was that there was a flood of people really pushing, flood of scientists, and this is all new to everyone, so it's not, I don't blame all the scientists. I mean, 99.9% of scientists are really good people. That's the reason why they're in it. So but there are things that we need to work on for sure. And so, I mean, maybe talking to folks at the policy level, the funding agencies, before you guys are doing a lot of good things, and outside of NSF, we have to look at what we're telling the scientists to do originally, plant the seeds real early on, not when it's right before proposal time. So.
Can I jump into that?
Absolutely.
There's actually a really cool project that's going on in Europe. It's been going on for 4 years. It's not it includes stakeholders and communities, and one of the things it's called the EU PolarNet. So it's trying to come up with socially relevant and engaged ways of doing polar science that the European Research Council could fund. And one of the things that's come out of it as a deliverable is actually a stakeholder and community engagement white paper at the EU level. Because in EU, a lot of our scientists, they work internationally. So the communities that they work with, they might be in northern northern Scandinavia, they might be in Russia, they might be in the US, they might be in Canada. So that's, of course, it has to be community specific, and that's one of the things that the document takes into consideration, as well as this project that's trying to engage and built into calls within the European level stakeholder and community engagement in co-production of knowledge, as well as co-production of solutions, because that's also one of the things in this EU PolarNet, that it tries to make the calls, and there's also white papers and the stakeholder engagement document, because it can't just be a one-way street with the communities and just something that you tick in a box saying, okay, yeah, wait, we did this, because you also need to start from the ground up. And within the EU PolarNet, one of the suggestions is to give seed money to scientists and also to communities to come up with suggestions. This is what we need, and we can come together, and based on that, maybe we'll write a proposal together, maybe we won't write a proposal together, maybe we can't find common knowledge. So I think it's a thing that needs to be a two-way street. It can't just be scientists coming in and engaging and talking, but also to have it two-way, so they're solution-oriented. So it's not just, yeah, I'm repeating myself. But that's something I always, there's so many problems and challenges, but there's also these little tiny glimpses of hope, I would say. And I'm familiar with the ones at the EU and the Nordic level. So it's something maybe worth, and this NNA, NNA also sounds like something that's trying to find, because I think one of the first steps is to identifying there's a problem. And I think that's great that you're here, and also other community members are here saying, here are the problems, we'll identify for you them, and then try to come up with the challenging part of proposing solutions. And what we've heard from the policymakers earlier as well in the panel, saying that you maybe have you have a great idea, and maybe that tiny proportion of it actually makes into the end of it. But it's better than nothing. You have to start somewhere. And working together means that it takes time, and you have to be patient. And there's no perfect solution. So it also needs to have, the process needs to have flexibility. So if we realize that this is a bad way, that we make a correction and go forward from another way.
I chime in from a navigating the new Arctic perspective in terms of when we wrote the solicitation last year, co-production of knowledge was kind of front and center in the solicitation. And I was a PI for a long time, and I understand that scientists just wants to check every box that you're talking about. Whether they're doing it or not, they want to say that they're doing it somehow. And that's why a lot of these organizations were unfortunately approached for letters of collaboration at the 11th hour, which is not a co-produced approach. I think some of the mistakes that we made in that solicitation was that we described co-production of knowledge in 2 sentences. And what we've seen over the past 2.5 days is that there is so much more nuance there in what we mean by co-production of knowledge and how to do that correctly. And we're working on correcting that now. That being said, you were talking about kind of these planning situations and how do we get people in the room to talk about these things. And one of the really kind of wonderful aspects of the NNA program is that we have these planning grants. And a lot of our PIs have used these very well to put scientists and indigenous individuals and indigenous scientists and indigenous knowledge holders in the room together to co-produce new research questions. So I think our kind of planning grants part of NNA can help to address some of the things that both of you are bringing up to help to try to come up with the research questions that both are interested in.
This is kind of a question for all of you. We've talked about the need and the importance of kind of enhancing the communication, the collaboration between the researchers and the communities within which they research. And what do you see as kind of being, the outcome of that? How will that ultimately benefit hopefully both the communities and the scientific research that's ongoing? Why is this so important? Just to kind of really drive that point home. How does it help both sides of the conversation?
I might chime in from the international, because the last panel was talking about China as a near Arctic country and how do you justify this. And I'm going really far away from the ground now, because the Swedish Polar Research Secretariat operates a research icebreaker that quite often goes to areas where there are no communities, like the Central Arctic Ocean. But there might be connected to what's happening around with the biology or the ecosystem. So I'm not saying that it's irrelevant and they shouldn't think about this. But I think in terms of how the communities, if we're talking about a global community or international community of states or a global population, the humankind, I think the past panel touched upon this, because you need international collaboration and you need collaboration with different scales in order to get the data, in order to understand what is going on with our planet. Because a lot of the systems that's been mentioned of system science is that they are global. So in order to serve different local communities and international communities, you need international cooperation. And there's a lot of examples in terms of marine research. And for example, that needs international collaboration with scientific communities of natural scientists, social scientists, as well as local people. And well, now I'm kind of like going around, but you have to be able to address why you're doing this very expensive science, not only from the Central Arctic Ocean, but also from satellites. Who uses that data, and what is that data useful for?
I think it just doesn't really answer your question, but just a thought that I have on international collaborations. It kind of dawned on me a couple months ago when I went out to help the Synoptic Arctic Survey planning in Boston, and it's a ground up effort there to try to bring collaboration amongst all the icebreakers and all the research that's going on in the ocean, just so that they have common parameters. One thing that really struck me was that when we started talking about indigenous engagement and like a international plan, I was totally blown away that every single country has a totally different definition of what indigenous is and who they are and the responsibilities that the scientists feel that they have. We had a workshop, it was kind of a breakout workshop to make an international engagement plan. All the American, it was all US, none of the international folks came into that workshop. There was other things to talk about. It's just that it's just a totally different, their obligation to our communities they're working real close to. There's a lot of icebreakers a lot of research vessels from all around the world working in our waters. They don't feel like they have any obligation to our people. I don't see that. So just to keep that in mind with the international collaboration, there's different definitions of what it means to be indigenous in the Arctic, and they also have different obligations. They feel they have different obligations. And I hope that US can lead the way in showing them that, they're right in our backyard.
We're going to turn to some audience questions. There's a question for NSF. Can the NSF be more proactive in forming research calls that target Indigenous stakeholder participation in Western science?
Well, I think the NNA call is a really excellent example of that, and thinking about partnerships between Western science and Indigenous knowledge holders and Indigenous scientists. I'm new to NSF. I've been there for a little over a year, and I was really excited just to get a mention of co-production of knowledge in an NSF solicitation, I'll be honest. NSF is a very conservative organization. I think NNA and the big ideas in general, this kind of focus on convergent science is really exciting, and I think NNA can, if we kind of correct some of the mistakes that we've made in the past, and we can come up with a really good model of how well this can really work and show some of the really good examples of really strong partnerships between kind of Indigenous science and Indigenous knowledge and Western science.
So we've talked a lot up here on the stage about collaboration in the production of knowledge, but what about the distribution of that knowledge? How do we make sure that the public in these communities have access to the information? And it was kind of touched upon in the previous panel of some of the research and the data that's being collected would actually be very helpful for the community members in those communities, not just to answer abstract research questions. Corey?
So we can't push everything on our community. All the research that goes on in the Arctic, 70% of it is not relevant to our people. We got to focus on the parts that are relevant. Those scientists, there's different personalities, out there. Some of them are really good to work in the communities, and we have to really highlight those real relevant projects and those they represent, like the ones that actually do the good outreach and everything. They kind of represent the big picture in our villages. That people see them as representing the big picture of Arctic research. So we should really keep in mind as far as who's going out to our villages and do that. I mean, we can't. We get, scientists who are used to doing outreach about the Arctic down in lower 48. It's an exotic place. The kids they want to see the pictures of the ice and polar bear. They go and bring that same material into our classrooms, and the kids are looking at each other like, come on, man, this is like the few hours of the day that I don't have to see ice, So it's a very different atmosphere as far as engaging, but we just keep in mind that we can't just, there are some things that are very relevant, and I wish that more of it was relevant, but I think that's what we're trying to close that. We're trying to increase that right now. And that kind of go off topic, but like the geographical gap between Washington and the Arctic is very big, but the cultural gap is even bigger. So we have to keep in mind that it's going to take education and orientation for our early career, pre-proposal. We have to support the scientists, give them tools to act on some of the guidelines that we have for working in the Arctic, and it's like a feedback loop. Once they feel comfortable, they meet people, they break the ice in communities, they'll come back. It's a feedback loop, and we have that in Barrow. We're lucky that we have that. Other places in Alaska, say Kotzebue or Nome or some of the other bigger hubs, they don't have that long history of partnership. So like, just all of a sudden having a flood of new guys, and like when the scientists land in Barrow, they don't have to worry about anything. We'll take care of them. They just worry about their research. We'll do everything for them. A couple things we won't do, but we take care of them. Say a scientist goes to Nome, for instance, they have to rent a room over here. They have to find someone to rent a car over here. They got to get a Connex over here. They got to find someone to rent a four-wheeler from. Local labor, how do they do that? It's a big headache, and they don't have any other time to actually do anything with the community and stuff like that. So the capacity varies greatly across Alaska. So we have to keep that in mind too. It's not the same in every village. Every single village is dealing with climate change differently. The geographical location, socioeconomic situation, what they depend on, it's different across Alaska. We got to keep that in mind, and I think some of that information we have to gather that and make that information available to the public and to our scientists and everything, so that they're not lost and they have somewhere to start. So it's about building capacity and just connecting the dots, and informing people.
We've heard a lot about the importance of longer time scales, especially in fostering these types of relationships. You gave an example of how Barrow is a great example of having some long-term relationships, makes the researchers comfortable to come in and continue to do the work there. Has the NNA planned for how to transition when the overall, funding that's set aside now is going to kind of be reduced, and so that the communities that they're currently working in don't feel abandoned?
Yeah, I think we need to figure that out. So NNA is planned as a 5-year initiative. Last year was the first year, and I think one of the main goals of NNA is to create a new and diverse and inclusive research community. And we will be having principal investigator meetings to help create that community and get people to work together. But thinking about what happens when that money goes away, I think we need to think very carefully about the implications of that, and something that we haven't spent a lot of time on yet, but that's a really good point. I think over the next couple of years, we need to think about the kind of sustainability of the research that we're investing in and the communities that we're investing in, both the scientific communities and our local communities in the Arctic as well.
Yeah, and the temporality of research projects is a problem, so I agree.
Yeah, 3 years at a time usually.
You're not going to get operational costs. You're going to get, I know the NSF doesn't. You can't. A lot of funding agencies don't want to commit to something they're going to have to pay for in the long run. It's a very temporal process that we have here.
And that's also a problem that talks to, I feel like I'm the one who steps high up again from the ground. Yes, basically, because that's one of the things also in terms of observations. There is this initiative that comes from the Arctic Council, Sustaining Arctic Observing Networks, that's trying to work towards having sustained observations from different parts of the Arctic so that we can make our Earth system models better and predictions better. And it's a challenge also for people who sit at their labs at home and try to get data that is sustained from the parts that are very hard to access. Yeah.
How do we reconcile the request for sharing of information with communities with the ongoing prevalence of science fatigue, which I think you've kind of touched on, Corey, in these communities?
Going back to focusing on what's relevant and not trying to push everything on us. We have oversaturation in Barrow because that's the easy option. The outreach and all that, we have oversaturation there, but there are places in Alaska that are completely ignored. So if we have to spread it out a little bit, that's the thing. We have to spread it out. You can't just plan your outreach trip for Barrow because our kids are like a field of flowers that are overpicked.
Shifting the focus from capacity of individual people or scientists, what does the research team of 2050 look like? What type of people need to be paid members of the team to work on these kinds of Arctic issues more effectively?
Sorry.
I think anyone who wants to be a scientist should be included. I would like to think that we see a more inclusive and diverse scientific community. I think kind of one of the things we're trying to clarify within Navigating the New Arctic, and also with our core Arctic research questions too, the Arctic Social Sciences Program funds quite a bit of co-production of knowledge research, is that if you do want to co-produce research, you better be paying all of the members of the team fairly and making sure that everyone has an equal seat at the table. And so I'll be, getting my paycheck through my university, but my indigenous collaborators should be getting a fair wage for their knowledge and their contributions to the team as well. And I think PIs are slowly learning that needs to happen, but it's still a lot of education, is that if you want to do co-production of research right, then people should be paid for the knowledge that they're bringing to the table. I don't know.
Yeah, the teams, I didn't really hear the question, but the teams, research teams, you have to have equal role. They have to see eye to eye, and real co-produced knowledge is going to erase that line between a scientist and an indigenous person. You look at the example yesterday with Craig George and Harry Brower Jr. They erased that line between scientists and indigenous person, and they didn't always have to be separated. And when you see the authors of projects that they do, it's just a name. It's not, indigenous knowledge specialists over here gave us this, and our scientists didn't. They erased that line, and that's not going to happen everywhere. But and the other thing too is that by educating our scientists and funding agencies about what roles our entities play, they play very specific roles. And most people don't know the difference between a tribe, city government, Alaska Native Corporation. What role do they play? What history? Where do they fit in in the big picture? It's a little bit of education and research, I guess, quite a bit, but will help with that. And for instance, if you can't reach out to for a nonprofit or something, and if they don't have any mechanism for making money through it, I don't know all the politics about that, but the capacity of a lot of our entities, it'll be very new to them. But you have to start off, they're equal partners. If it's a $300,000 project, you better have the money put aside to really do it right if you want. It's not going to be an afterthought. We're not going to provide our time for free.
Do you think? Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm stepping quite away from the land and going further to the question of what research should look like, because I think it will be more international, and then more data needs to be internationally accessible following the FAIR principles, as well as the scientists and science groups needs to be more sustainably funded, because I just recently saw a newspaper article about, it was social sciences and humanities researchers from the Netherlands, and they had this little placade, is that a word in English? The thing that they were holding, and it was the sign of a Marlboro packet, but it said academia, work late, die young, because that's because that's one of the things that it's also, you can ask, how is science addressing policy needs, but how is policy addressing science needs? Because we're pushing so much out of this small group of people. They're doing everything. They're doing teaching, they're doing researching, they're doing outreach. They're doing
team building. Yeah.
Yeah. And at the same time, they're learning new skills in order to address more stakeholders and more communities. So we're really pushing our scientists and researchers to the edge at the same time as the funding is taken out of their so in my ideal world, in 2050, there would be also more understanding and more funding sustained towards our research community and sciences. Yeah.
Someone at the National Science Foundation, I love that idea. Do you mind if I chime in on something that Justina said? You brought up the FAIR principles, and I want to make sure the audience knows what those are. So that's findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable data. To be able to share that and enable kind of different types of research in the future. I do kind of want to twist that a little bit and say that there are some complexities when we're talking about the co-production of knowledge and the co-production of research with indigenous communities, that there are some sensitivities there with certain data sets. And so I think really deeply, and something that we need to think carefully about, are data sovereignty issues and the ownership of those data, and what that means both for our scientists and for our indigenous knowledge holders as well. So just something to keep in mind when we're talking about FAIR data too. But I'm really glad that you brought that up.
Yeah, and I think in terms of what an ideal science themes is, also if you wanted to know something in the future, in 2050, you want to know something about a specific piece of land in the Arctic, I would like to see that when you go and you put it into Wikipedia, that you also have the traditional indigenous knowledge of that place. So, well, maybe we won't use Wikipedia at that point, because there's also now I can't remember the name of it, it's a very cool project from the University of Cambridge, where they mapped the Northwest Passage. They had the traditional routes on the ice, because a lot of the times when you have these new policies and talks about the new Arctic in following the same old economic line and then getting the oil and gas and the shipping, and then you just see the ice as a problem, that it's melting and now it's open and now we can get. So this project challenged that, and then it made this interactive map that you can find online, where it's all traditional indigenous knowledge of as well as hunting and traveling routes that you can see there, and you can really see how the melting Arctic ice is changing, and it's not only a problem that's melting now and then we can get there. It's making the Arctic less accessible than it was before for the communities.
From a different
who live
perspective,
there. Yes.
yeah.
So I would like to see that also when you're talking about science, but also of someone who's looking for knowledge, that you have both incorporated equally, and that the individual who doesn't necessarily have an education will be, oh yeah, cool, they're equal. Now I know more about this place and its problems, and now it connects why I Wikipedia'd it in the first place. So, yeah.
And we can't, this week, it seems like we just keep assuming that everyone wants to give up their traditional knowledge and it's there for the taking. It's a lot of times we don't want to, a lot of people don't want to share that, and because it's part of the community, and then also, we're taught not to get credit, not to try to take credit for so much, so like if we got taught something by our grandpa or Appa or Akka or whoever, we don't want to say that that's our knowledge or put our name on it, so we got to keep that in mind too. And we can't just assume that they want to give it up. But we've been talking about like traditional knowledge, like we're getting too carried away with that. What it is that our people just need an equitable seat at the table. That's the bottom line.
Kind of following up on that, do you have ideas of ways to make it more equitable, to make sure that indigenous communities are kind of brought in, not at the 11th hour after a proposal has been prepared, but kind of in an earlier stage? And then also kind of going back to what you had said of how, not only are there numerous, federal agencies from the US government that come in to do research in the Arctic and Alaska, but there are also over 1,000 different Alaskan communities that they would be engaging with. So how do we kind of bridge that disconnect between many communities on the indigenous side, and then many agencies and many research priorities on the federal government side?
Just to backtrack a little bit, we have hundreds of villages, but not thousands. We have thousands of native entities, so each village has several. Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry, I was...
Sure, just kind of, you mentioned that the native community is not a monolith, it's made up of hundreds of villages, and then the federal research priorities are also not all just kind of for one priority. Each agency kind of has their different angle that they're trying to find out additional information on, but how do we kind of bring all of these groups to the table in a way that's equitable, that everyone has, a seat at the table and kind of has an understanding of what needs to happen, and so that we're not keeping people in the loop from the beginning.
I wish I had that answer. But there is no cookie cutter solution to anything. Every single project is going to be unique, and you have to plan it unique, and you have to plan it. Every single engagement is going to be unique. There's not going to be one template for everyone to follow. Every single outreach thing that we plan, we plan it very unique to the situation that we're in. So we all have to take it upon ourselves to do the right thing in our own projects and stuff. We're not going to fix the whole world overnight. I think we all know what we have to do. We talked about it all week. So just do it.
And then just as a final question, I know we've talked about a lot of things. It seems like we have a lot of challenges and a lot of problems, and sometimes it comes off as kind of negative, but I think there are also some really good positive success stories that have come out of some of these collaborations, and I'd love if maybe you guys could share a few examples so we can kind of end on a positive note.
Our science fair that we have going on up in Barrow, it's a good one. We had, this push for outreach and engagement and actionable research. We had a big push a few years ago when it started getting real popular to do that and not just check the box. So instead of every single entity having to come in and do the meeting and, which would contribute to the meeting fatigue, we organized a big 3-day science fair in Barrow. We have literally hundreds and hundreds from the community who take part in it. All day fun, family-friendly activities, big community barbecue, and then night presentations with door prizes. It's been a really big hit, and that's a lot of fun. I think organizing, and when you approach our villages, that's why I'm saying we have to have a whole of government approach. We can't every 2 weeks have to orient new people, and they're so amazed and want to know everything and want to see polar bear and everything. Like it's a real burden. I mean, we talked a little bit about the research pressure that we have. The media pressure is even bigger. A lot of outsiders we have to deal with all that. But coordination and communication, I think coordination IRPIC is a really good thing where there's a lot of good coordination there. But everybody else at the end of the day has their own stuff they need to do. So a lot of those good ideas, they get put on the shelf because they don't have the specific funding for that, and that's a very good place to share ideas and make communications. We need that on the policy level too.
I think in terms of international cooperation and multidisciplinary research that's been done, there's a project that's, again, very cool. I think science is really exciting, be it whatever discipline it is. So that's why I have all these, that I think very exciting examples that I've mentioned already. But another one is the acronym is MOSAIC. I think it comes from Multidisciplinary Drifting Observatory of Arctic Climate.
Mosaic.
So to make the acronym flesh out it a little bit. So it's an international initiative that has its origins at the International Arctic Science Committee. And it's been planned for 10 years, I think, and now it's going to happen finally this year. So it's
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Yeah. Yes, they're going in 2 weeks. So we know what we're talking about. She's also excited. This is exciting stuff, you guys. So anyway, it's the German Avi icebreaker Polarstein. It's going to go from Tromsø in northern Norway up to to the Arctic Ocean, and it's going to drift for 1 year with the ice flow. It's similar to Nordic explorer Fridtjof Nansen in the beginning of the 1900s, who did that with his vessel Fram. But this time it's going to be Polarsten, and it's going to have international crew on it, and it's a planning miracle that they are pulling this off. Logistical, because you have to, I think they have at least four different supply rounds, because everyone's going to be, not everyone, so they've divided this research where they're on this icebreaker that's going to be drifting with the ice flow for 1 year. They've divided the year into 6 different legs, and each leg has a different scientific team. So they're going to come in and out with different ways and the data, and they're going to do science on the ice next to the icebreaker, on the icebreaker, and it's going to revolutionize, I think, what we understand of the Arctic climate as well as the ocean. So that's happening. I think that's a very exciting and encouraging illustration of how you can get something that's so complex internationally when it comes to science permits, et cetera, and people coming in and out on the Arctic Ocean, as well as the collaborations, because I think there's 11 different organizations that are part of it, and the scientific team is much more multidisciplinary, international than that. And just a little curiosity, because we're one of the supply vessels that goes to Polarsten in June next year, and in order not to disturb the science, we have a 500-meter gas tube from Uden to Polarsten in order to give it refueled at that point, and not to disturb the measurements or the science while we're doing it. And then we're also, every bed place in our icebreaker is filled, because we're going to transport the teams in different helicopters. So I think to understand the logistics and the science and the meaning of this project, it's a very cool, positive sign for future science and collaboration.
Can I say one thing about Mosaic before Colleen's closing statement? 600 scientists involved, not one native. Just because we don't have any indigenous people living on the North Pole, but it wouldn't hurt to ask if we were interested.
So I know I'm the one sitting between you and lunchtime, so I'll be very quick. And I know we were critical, for good reason, of the Navigating the New Arctic submission process, but I would keep an eye on the awards coming out. I'm really excited by some of the awards that are coming out right now from the most recent competition. It's really exciting convergent science that are asking use-inspired questions that are relevant and hopefully really useful to both scientists and our Arctic communities. We have awards going to new indigenous organizations, which is really exciting. Lots of indigenous co-PIs and PIs coming out. So really take a look at what's coming out of NNA. It's going to be really exciting. So.
Well, please join me in thanking our panel. I guess we're going to lunch. Oh, before lunch, I think we have one more presentation.
Can I get my mic back?
Yeah, it's on.
So before we leave for lunch, we have something more important than lunch to take care of right now. We have a very prestigious elder that we have with us that has come with a message that everybody needs to hear. So could you please have a seat and give us 10 minutes of your time, because this message is a lot more important than lunch right now. I mean, Delbert Pungawi from Savunga.
Can I have a glass of water, please? I need to get my throat ready so I can talk for a very long time. Igam sekai ubi kamsi unatun kisi akuzilak kiyakan klakput sibukluku igam sekai ubi kaka. Unahwani pilakput kringot lakput kandun kang. Ipigis tunat kahonga iyanga. Lalorm kisun atka Delbert Pungawi. Kunga Sivo kamang pingunga original name for our island is Sivokak. My Yupik given name is Ianga. I was given that name by Amos Pinaya. He was estimated to be 109, and he was my teacher for us not to forget our identity, our spiritual, religious belief. I am the president for my Masinga Nation, our true identity. We are the first indigenous sovereign Arctic nations. Our artifacts on our island are dated to be world famous artifacts over 2000 BC. And my ancestors' belief is that we've been on that island for over 10,000 years. When I was 3 or 4 years old, I went to the English school. After school, my grandfather took me to Amos Pinaya, said, now you go to our school. I was born in 1959, and I grew up with 9 good, hard, solid winters, 9 months. Now we're down to 3. It is because the polar ice, what the scientists call the polar ice, the multi-year ice. In my language, there's many names for our ice, different types of ice. The ice the scientists call the polar ice, multi-year ice that's been around since the last ice age, do not reach our island anymore. It was the polar ice, what we call in our language Kulusik, the mother ice. Another name we call it Sikupiuk. Siku is ice. Sikupiuk is the real ice that came and set the winter. When the Kulusik hit our island, it brought abundance of marine mammals, whales, walrus, seals, fish. Since our ancestral times, our belief is that when the whole of the Bering Sea, from the north of our island, when you look there, straight up north, 100 miles south of our island, would be locked up with ice. The shore-fast ice was 4 to 5 feet thick, and it would be like a mile out to launch our boats in the spring. To us, when there's open water, it is not winter to us. Only when the whole of the Bering Sea is completely locked up, to us that is winter. The winter we have now, 3 months, to us it's not winter anymore because it doesn't fasten itself on our island. We don't have no more shore-fast ice within the last 5 years. And when the south wind blows, the ice goes out. Our food security is at its imminent threat. We are losing our food security one by one. First, our blue cod, our tom cod, is all gone. It's all moved north. We cannot go out on the ice anymore to ice fish, crab, ice seal hunting. We can no longer do that. Even when the ice closes in on our island, we cannot go out on the ice anymore because it is too risky. When I was born, I was the 3rd out of 8. My grandparents, Alfred Tumlu on my mother's side and Romola Tumlu, they chose me to be their grandparents' child, so I grew up as a grandparent's child. They knew way back then when I was born what was coming. They already knew. We have this powerful, intimate relationship. We've had this since time immemorial with our Creator, our Mother Earth, and all the beings that we live with. As one of my relatives here, George Numuk, said that we're all tied together. We are one big family on this earth. The four sacred brothers, the white, the yellow, the black, and the red. And we are one big family. That's the message that the world needs to hear. Whatever ethnic background we may have come from. We are all one, all of us. So, in 1983, my grandfather and I were sitting down watching TV in a living room in Savunga. He said to me, my son here before me, listen to me very carefully. Do not forget what I say. There's going to be big changes in your life. I will not be here. My time here on earth is running short. He told me that what happens to the Arctic has worldwide consequences. And we have been witnessing that for many years now, since this climate change began. He told me the loss of ice in the Arctic the worldwide weather patterns will change, catastrophic disasters becoming more and more frequent. At magnitudes that are going to get bigger and bigger that man has not known. What we're witnessing today is nothing new to our Mother Earth. To us, it's new. When I went to school, to my Emos Pinaya and my grandparents on my mother's side, Alfred Tumlu, Romola Tumlu. On my father's side, Ikano, Donald Pangawi and Laura Pangawi. It was taught to me since ancestral times when our Creator created this universe, this beautiful universe, the heavens and the stars. And when He brought man to this earth, when that my Yupik people was brought here to our Mother Earth to be the caretakers, the guardians, and the protectors of our Mother Earth. Our belief since time immemorial is that our Mother Earth is a living, breathing being. It is said, the ancestors use this analogy, if she was not a living, breathing being, not even a flower would grow. And she does get old, as we do, but her aging process is in the millennia. And when she gets to that point, she goes through a renewal process. And she does so very violently by turning herself inside out, rearranging herself, reorganizing herself, and it is followed by uksuk in our language is winter. Uksukpak is deep, deep winter. That's the Ice Age. And as she's going through the Ice Age, she's still healing herself, cleansing herself. And once she gets done renewing herself, she starts off just like a brand new baby. and the cycle starts all over again. Now, in 1983, I've been speaking on this, a message from my grandfather and a warning. In 1983, as we were sitting down watching TV, he said to me, listen very carefully. As you and I sitting here unaware, watching TV, the whole world going about their daily lives unaware. Our great mother is preparing herself to renew herself. And when we see these changes that we're witnessing today, the loss of ice, catastrophic disasters getting bigger and bigger, he said that will be the beginning of her renewing herself. And there will be no power, no force on this earth that will tell our mother to hold off, hold it, wait a minute. And he ended that with ayu mekhunkuta ilgan naksakum utagan nirayachtung istamag. He said, to our ancestral way of life, to our ancestral way of survival, we are very, very close to returning to. And last October, last year, I went, and he told me that someday we would speak to the world, and the world would hear us, and the world would respect us. And last year, I think Friends of the Earth, who put the bill for us to go speak in London last October before the annual IMO meeting. And so everything my grandfather has said is coming to full circle. There's a few more things that still has to come to full circle. And there we spoke to over 173 nations. And I'm proud to say that we got overwhelming majority support to phase out and to ultimately ban the use of heavy fuel oil on the ships. That was our purpose. I'm very thankful for that. I thank my Creator. He didn't say that I would be the one to speak to the world. But he said we would. In our belief, we're just instruments of a higher power. That's what I am too. We're just instruments of a higher power. The land, we are not to claim that we own this piece of dirt. We're just guests here. And so when I spoke there, he spoke through me. I give myself to my Creator and Mother Earth, my grandparents, my ancestors. All our ancestors are here right now, from the north, south, east, and west. I know you could feel them. And in London, he ended it, my closing comment, he just let it out through me, that I was prepared by my grandfather for this day, this moment, and a message from my grandfather that we must protect what little ecosystems we have left. And if we fail, his warning is that worldwide catastrophic, apocalyptic disasters. Now, the scientists have spent millions of dollars studying and researching, and what my grandfather told me in 1983 was before they even came up with their predictions on what is coming. And so, in the crisis that we are in, very, very serious crisis we are in, this calls for the United Nations and all the world leaders to unite and to declare this crisis that we are in, and the whole of the humans, our brothers all over the world, all hands on deck. We cannot just rely on the leaders, the governments. We all have to work together on this. We all have to. Even if all the nations did not unite, if the majority could unite, if the United Nations would unite on this and declare it, they can make a world of a difference. Now, we cannot stop her from renewing herself, but the more destruction we do to the earth, the catastrophic disasters just continue to magnify and quantify. So I'd like to call upon the United Nations and our world leaders and the scientists to unite and to declare this crisis we are in. And my grandfather said that we are the first scientists, environmentalists, conservationists rolled into one. And so I'll end it with that, my grandfather's message. One more time I say, my grandfather's message, that we must protect what little ecosystems we have left, and the consequences are not good. And so, with that being said, I'm thankful for my Creator for this opportunity, and I thank all of you for taking your time to listen to me. And I appreciate this very much, and God bless to all of you, my brothers and my sisters, my grandparents, and my I thank you very much.
So we'll come back from lunch in an hour and a half. Thank you.
Hi there, welcome back. I have one announcement to make, that if you have a poster up and you'd like to keep it, be sure to take it down by 5 o'clock. And now I'd like to welcome to the stage Ulla Overbright, the Director of Arctic Frontiers.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Distinguished guests, dear friends, good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity to introduce the last two sessions that will focus on information needed to respond to Arctic change and to discussing the next steps. I will give some reflections on where we stand on these issues in the light of the panels on this conference and what we are working on back home in Norway. But before that, I would like to salute the organizers of this conference, Brandon and Andrea. This is a really great conference with excellent panels and an overall composition, so kudos to you. I need to change the picture of the presentation. All right. Thank you. So, scientific knowledge has influenced the development and functioning of societies for centuries. However, the general role of science in political decision-making and informed decision-making is increasingly being questioned, especially in today's post-factual reality. A reality of a global interconnected civilization where many different voices call for a universal truth without an ultimate need to scientifically support certain assumptions. In a more polarized world, balanced, answered, and scientific facts are increasingly being replaced by simple images and one-liners, a tendency that can be observed on both sides of the political spectrum and often amplified by social media. It was said yesterday that scientists in general are good at communicating, that they are good communicators. And this is my experience too, as leader of Arctic Frontiers. But journalists and the media that convey the messages of scientists to the public are often hunting simple, sensational messages, and not the complex messages various scientific projects and working groups are trying to give to the world. Journalists tell stories, and the good stories that connect with the reader requires a conflict or some sort of opposing, contrastic, polemic views on the issue. And this is a challenge, especially as has been discussed here. We need to build trust and understanding across different groups and interests operating in the Arctic. And this sort of more simplified media situation isn't always doing us a favor. Now, concerning climate and climate change, it is my impression that policymakers understand perfectly well what's going on and what needs to be done. We discuss this everywhere. We discuss it every year at Arctic Frontiers and everywhere else I go. And everybody pretty much agrees. So why have we not any truly effective actions in place, actions that will actually make a difference? We have all of these reports being made by institutions and working groups like AMAP and other Arctic Council working groups. And they have traditionally focused on assessment type of reports and summaries for policymakers, made for scientists and for experts in bureaucracy, and have not managed to communicate, at least in a sufficiently good way, to communicate the message to ordinary people, to voters. So how can we simplify the messages that these scientific working groups are communicating? so that also the public truly understands the urgency in the situation, and that actions are needed and that they are needed fast. Making the public understand that this is as important as covering more short-sighted local and national needs are very important. And communicating that the changes in life quality and material wealth do not have to be enormous to make the difference that is needed. And this poses also a challenge to scientists in finding better ways of communicating complex messages in a way that the broader public will get a clearer picture and a better understanding of more holistic solutions. And effects on actions must be included and communicated, so when policies are made, the policies will be sustainable, and also sustainable across different electoral periods. So what are the next steps? Working towards 2050, more problem-oriented projects should be prioritized. Co-creation and co-production should be prioritized. Cross-sector working is very important. Making business part of the solutions, not the problem. Lifting the role of humanities and social science, as was discussed here in the previous session. Circumpolar collaboration between science, business, people to people, and the government level is very important. And has been discussed in several panels here. We need more dialogue, and we need to build trust across borders, across sectors, including business, across political levels, across generations, and importantly, across expert policymakers on the one side and civil society, people and communities on the other side. So, how do we do this? Well, for once, we can support and keep building the institutional framework in the Arctic, like the Arctic Council, working on scenario panels like was done here yesterday. It was very interesting to watch. Investing in collaboratory processes. The Norwegian Nansen project, I believe, was discussed here on Wednesday. I think it's a very good example. And finally, conferences like this one that brings us out of our boxes and silos and forces us to listen to other opinions and arguments and see other perspectives. And at least as one path to continue the conversations that we have had here on this conference, I would like to invite you to Tromsø in January to Arctic Frontiers. We have been working with knowledge-based sustainable development of the Arctic since 2007. Some 3,000 delegates from 35 countries meet at Arctic Frontiers every year. Ministers, scientists, business leaders, NGOs, indigenous people, local leaders, and finally, and most importantly, I would say, young people, students on different levels, from kindergarten to postdoc level. These will be the leaders, as was also discussed here in the previous sessions, in 2050. So helping them finding the right knowledge and the path to the future is very important. So Arctic Frontiers is coming up. Arctic Frontiers 2020, the 14th conference, echoing the topics and discussions on this conference. The title will be Power of Knowledge. Discussing the role of science and knowledge in local and societal development, in understanding the Arctic oceans, in business development, in social development, obstacles to science policy processes, to mention a few topics. We have a call for papers coming up, so a few words about our science conference. The 4 themes, if any of you have a paper that you would like to submit, the 4 themes will be Arctic food security, disruptive technologies, global and local, the global or local in a more climate impact on community context. And finally, knowledge-based development in the Arctic. And these two last ones that I mentioned are very similar to what has been discussed here these days. I would also like to mention that together with the Science Diplomacy Center at Tufts University, we are working on a book series on Springer Publisher called Informed Decision Making for Sustainability. And Volume 2, Building Common Interest in the Arctic Ocean with Global Inclusion, is coming up now, and abstract submission to the science part of Arctic Frontiers is done in parallel with the chapter submission to the book, the book that we have in process now. And the deadline for abstract submissions and chapter submissions is September the 23rd. So you're all welcome to develop these issues with us further in Tromsø, the 26th to the 30th of January. On that note, I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and it's also my great pleasure to introduce the moderator for the next panel, Informing Arctic Policy, from National Council for Science and the Environment, Erica Goldman. Thank you very much.
Thanks. My panel is up. Thank you. Hi, I'm Erica Goldman from the National Council for Science and the Environment, and I'm thrilled to be moderating, and I've also been part of the organizing committee for this conference, and it's been a pleasure. This panel will tackle policy head-on, so informing Arctic policy. One note on change in participation. John Holdren was not able to travel and participate. Joel Clement and Fran Elmer will be here in his stead. And I would like to actually just start by asking the panel to do a bit more of an extended introduction, and in doing so, kind of share a little bit about what they bring to this panel. What perspective from the policy ecosystem do you represent? So, Volker.
You want me to start?
I would love you to start.
So my name is Volker Rachold. I'm the head of the German Arctic office at the Arctic Wegener Institute for Polar Marine Research, or AWI as we call it in German. So my background is on geochemistry, so I'm an educated geochemist. And before I came into policy and science management, many years ago I spent my summers in Siberia working on river geochemistry, on coastal processes and subsea permafrost. So but since 2.5 years, I'm heading the German Arctic office, which is an instrument of the Arctic Wegener Institute to do exactly what we are talking about, to advise German policy on Arctic issues. So as you know, the AWI, with more than 1,000 staff stations in the Arctic and Antarctic, and our icebreaker Polarstern, is probably the largest polar research institute in the world, addressing both Arctic and Antarctic issues. But of course, our mandate also includes advising the German government on our issues. And since there's so much interest now over the last years in the Arctic, we thought that having a specific instrument, so the Arctic office only dealing with the Arctic, would be very useful, and so that's what I'm working on. So I'm working with various ministries. Just to give you two quick examples, with the Foreign Office, which represents Germany on the Arctic Council as observer. So I very much support the German office in finding the right experts for the various groups of the Arctic Council. So we now have German delegates in all the Arctic Council working groups. Another example there was last year when I supported the Ministry for Education and Research in preparing the Arctic Science Ministerial in Berlin. So my office was responsible for the scientific part of the Arctic Science Ministerial that we organized together with Finland and the European Commission in Berlin last year in October.
Hi, my name is Fran Elmer, and I have lived in Alaska for about 45 years. I've had the opportunity to travel all over the state and been blessed with the mentorship of many excellent and wonderful and heartfelt advisors like Caleb Bangawi and Edward Itta and Julie Kitka and Rosita Whirl and many others who have shared with me the rich diversity of Alaska Native culture. My career has been a mixture of government and academia, elected office, appointed office. I have worked at the state level, at the national level, and at the international level in what I would describe as the intersection of science and policy and politics. And today I'm here partially as the chair of the U.S. Arctic Research Commission, but also as a person who believes very much that information can inform policy and can make a difference in the political world, but that we all together need to do a better job of finding pathways to take the should to the will to the is. And that's what I see a very important part of what we do together as we leave this conference today.
Hello, my name is Markku Ollikainen. I'm a professor of environmental economics. I'm not an Arctic researcher. I'm here in my capacity as a chair of the Finnish Climate Change Panel. This panel is set by the Climate Act of Finland, and its task is to give science-based policy advice for the Finnish government and for the ministries that are preparing climate policy. I have worked in this capacity the last 8 years. I was a science advisor of the Finnish delegation in Paris climate agreement negotiations, and I'm at the kind of service of the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Environment and Climate 24/7. For instance, just before I departed Finland to come here, I got a phone call and a night before at 10 p.m. To give an advice on a detailed issue. But anyways, that's been my role. If you are unfamiliar about these climate change panels or committees, there are now about 15 committees in Europe, in European countries. All are backed up by most are backed up by climate law. All have this task to give science-based policy. And I guess most of you are natural scientists. I'm sorry to say that if I look at the composition of these panels, climate scientists are in minority. And actually these panels are full of people who are working on climate issues, but very close to policy sciences, such as sociology, law, political science, economics, or energy policy. Because these sciences produce information, science-based information on how to make a reform in a society, how to interpret behavior of people, and how to change that behavior. So these teams produce multidisciplinary synthesis of policy issues.
Well, hi, my name's Joel Clement. I'm delighted to be here as well. I think this is the only federal building where I feel welcome, so it's good to be here. That's right. So if you came for President Obama's science advisors, hopefully you'll stick around for President Trump's first whistleblower. It's good to be here. I currently work at the Harvard Kennedy School, the Arctic Initiative there in the Belfer Center. We're delighted to have Fran on board there now. But for the past 20 years or so, I've worked in resilience, climate adaptation, and the science and policy interface. I started in the philanthropic community for a number of years, and then I was here at the Interior Department for nearly 7 years, working on Arctic issues, climate change issues, resilience issues, working quite closely with the Arctic Council partners and stakeholders, and an actually failed attempt to help get people out of harm's way in the coastal villages of Alaska. And since then, I've now landed with a great team at Harvard working on and focusing on implementing some of the things we did, particularly in the Arctic Council, the Arctic Resilience Action Framework, which was actually signed and approved by the ministers at the last ministerial, despite some other glitches. Not the last ministerial now, it's been a couple of years. It was 2017. It was the first regional resilience framework in the world, and it sets a great model. So implementing that requires doing a lot of research on existing resilience actions in the Arctic, resilience-related governance in the Arctic, and looking for opportunities. So that's some of the work we're doing at Harvard right now. Thanks.
Thanks. So I'd like to open with one question to the panel. So given that there's no such thing as sort of a monolithic policymaker, you all occupy very different spaces within the policy ecosystem, what would you say from each of your vantage points are the most acute needs that policymakers have to address the challenges of a rapidly changing Arctic?
I would say that it depends upon what level of government you're at in terms of what you most need. So if you are operating at the city or state level, I used to be a mayor, so I can relate to this, you really need things like downscaled climate models so that you can make real-world decisions in the planning and preparation process as we expect major impacts, whether it's sea level rise or whatever. If you are operating at a state level, you are much more interested in the kind of information that will drive the policy that you can move forward in a legislature or in a budget. And if you are at the national or international level, you need different kinds of information to help guide solutions. Or if you are in a response capacity, like the Coast Guard, as we heard during the scenario planning process the other day, you need a very sophisticated methodology for domain awareness and environmental information that will help guide response. So it really depends upon where you are, but I would say all policymakers need a couple of things in common. They need more awareness of how serious the problem is and how imminent the impacts are. They need more support from the public sector, citizens. They need more political support to do what is necessary in terms of action, and they need often funding and the ability to get that funding to take knowledge to action.
Yeah, maybe building on that, I fully agree with what you say, Fran. And if you look at this from, let's say, the perspective of a non-Arctic country like Germany, of course, the most interesting things for policymakers are the impacts that changes in the Arctic have, let's say, for our latitudes, for Europe and for Germany. So what's affecting us, what's happening in the Arctic? And we heard that here. I mean, this is the sea level, which is the major issue. This is, of course, changes in atmospheric circulation that produce droughts and heat waves. We had this in 2 summers now in Europe, really droughts and heat waves. It's possibly the permafrost, where we still have a couple of questions what permafrost will do. So it's, of course, it's thawing, but the amount of greenhouse gas coming from the permafrost is still a question. So maybe I can give you an example of what we do within Germany, what my office does in Germany to inform policy and to get, let's say, the policy decision makers at one table. So we have a dialogue forum, which we do every half a year, where we invite all the various ministries, so 7 federal ministries in Germany, to a meeting. This is hosted by one of the ministries. And there we get, since a couple of years already, the ministries together. We inform them, we present our science, of course, we discuss their issues. We also invite other institutes, because the AVI does mainly do natural sciences, and we have other institutes in Germany that do political sciences and social sciences and other things. So, and that has been a very successful format, and the ministries, they like that, because it's organized by a scientific entity, so we are kind of a neutral broker. So they use it also for informal discussions. And I think I can even say that this was also instrumental in terms of adopting and developing the new German Arctic strategy, which was just published 2 weeks ago. So I think without this dialogue forum and the trust and relationship we built up between the ministries, that would have not worked, actually.
If I may add here, I fully agree with you on those. My experience is that policymakers do not understand how rapid this change is. And so we need more kind of preparedness to changes. The other thing is that given that the change is very rapid, we need something that what we do now and how it's robust in terms of the long-term development. So having robust policies at stake is more than important.
I would just amplify what you were saying, Marco, and also Fran. I think there are 2 main pivots that I think need to happen. But I'll preface these remarks by saying that this is an emergency. This is not a slow creeping trend like erosion, right? We've been so stunned by the things we've seen this last winter, the lack of sea ice, the events in the Bering Sea. Certainly on the US side, we've been stunned. Scientists are surprised at the rate of change. Denali was talking about the ghost fish coming over the stern. We're seeing changes quick and fast, and the thing that I think we forget is that until mid-century at least, these changes are going to accelerate, not just be bad, but they're going to accelerate. And I think it's important to keep that in mind because we're looking right now at changes that are probably going to seem pretty quaint in about 10 years. So I do think it's important that we consider, and I will say the number one thing I think about is disaster response. There are a lot of people in harm's way, but beyond that, 2015 was a good year for global agreements around climate change. There was the Paris Agreement, the Sustainable Development Goals were signed that year, but also the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. And it didn't get a lot of play, but this was the first global framework for addressing disaster risk in advance. And another way of talking about reducing disaster risk is building resilience. And that's something we really need to focus on in the Arctic. Obviously, I'm the guy that's going to say that because that's my thing, but I also do think we need to accelerate that and also disaster response. And I think our infrastructure, our science infrastructure and our policy infrastructure is going to need to retool for rapid response. I think it's going to start happening quick and fast. We're not going to see additional funds, certainly on the public side, coming in to solve these problems, and we're going to need to do a lot of that regionally. So I think that's the first thing that needs to change. And the second thing is the role of indigenous knowledge holders. I know we've heard quite a lot about this here, but I think if there are going to be strategies that are going to get us through the eye of this Arctic transformation needle going forward, they shouldn't just include indigenous knowledge holders, they should be led by indigenous knowledge holders. And I say that not because the indigenous people of the North have lived through millennia of change and experienced this kind of change, because they haven't. No humans have experienced the kind of change we're experiencing now and will experience, but it's because they have the broadest and deepest understanding of place and change and time on Earth right now. And I think that for that reason that they need to be in the leadership position for all of this. And so again, our policy and our science infrastructures, I think, need to pivot around that important need.
Thanks. So we heard, Volker, you gave a good example of an emerging science infrastructure and infrastructure for scientific input into government decision-making that is effective and has grown over the past couple of years. Fran, we heard this articulation of what we think decision makers will need at different scales of decision. I'd like to hear a little bit more from the panel about, well, what are some of the on-ramps, if you will. So what are sort of the implementation on-ramps or pathways that we might think of that we're not thinking of right now in terms of getting the input that we need into decision-making processes in the timeframes that we need it. So we don't often think about the university community with rapid response capabilities, but we're in a disaster situation. So maybe you could comment. I don't know who wants to take that.
I can start.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I just want to build on what Joel said on the emergency. I mean, this is absolutely true. And you probably saw that the new IPCC report on cryosphere and ocean leaked, and that was the first information in the media. And this is shocking, alarming, actually. And this sea level rise is really a major issue. And I think in the leak report, they talk about 250 million refugees only from sea level. And this is an emergency. This is by the end of the century, of course. So I think there is a need for and this message hasn't got across, you're right. I think it's not really understood in the political system, I think. And I think I would call, especially for the Arctic countries and for the Arctic Council. So yesterday morning when I woke up at 3 or something like that, so I did a little exercise and calculated how much CO2 comes from the Arctic countries. It's about 20%. And how much CO2 comes from the Arctic countries plus observer countries. And it's more than 70%. So, and of course, the Arctic countries are the countries that are seeing the impact in their own land. Yeah? And I think it should be their responsibility also to do something on a global level in terms of our climate negotiations. And having the observers on board, they account for 70% of the CO2. And this is also, I think, for the observers, a meaningful way of getting more involved in the Arctic Council. So I would really hope that the Arctic Council which is, in my view, a very successful body. So they did fantastic things with their assessments. ASEA is a milestone. ASEA was published in 2005 together with IASC. But I think in terms of the CO2, this is not really on the agenda of the Arctic Council so far.
I may continue. Of course, the mitigation is the number one. If we can keep the increase in global temperature below or at 1.2 degrees, then we know, for instance, that we have the Arctic, or North Sea, Arctic Sea is free of ice once in 100 years. But if we go to 2 or above, it's every 10 years. So the difference is huge. And without good or global mitigation effort, we don't cope with this thing. But I'm not the specialist in adaptation, but I would like to mention the thing that actually Arctic policies are at place in a way which I don't like so much. There are lots of countries, there are a lot of companies that are planning and already doing kind of utilization of the resources that we get out from from Greenland or from by oil drilling and things like that. Actually, countries do decisions already that facilitate this type of development, which makes things worse. So we need also to correct the policies that we have nowadays. We start to build up, let's say, international agreement that prevent spoiling the Arctic environment. We need to tie the hands of those coming outside the Arctic area to utilize these things. So there's lots of things that we need to do which go beyond the adaptation itself. Lots of international policy issues are at stake now.
One other on-ramp that is worth thinking about, and it's only just occurred to me that as we do start to orient around the disaster framework a little bit, or at least preventing disaster, the legislation and regulations in the U.S. that govern how we respond to disaster, the Stafford Act for how when FEMA comes and how the money flows and so on, how we fund disasters, that's all going to need to change. And even the appropriations process, when we're still struggling to get money to Puerto Rico now for political reasons. And I think because that is so focused on understanding and predicting events and both the scale and the impact of these events, there's going to need to be a lot of scientific and expert input into that process. It's going to be a fraught process, but clearly we don't have the money to keep doing it the way we do it now. So hopefully there's an opportunity there for scientists and institutions to plug directly into a reform process for that kind of legislation.
So that connects to a couple questions that have come in from the audience. What can we do from the perspective of increasing nimble, adaptive policy frameworks to accommodate the urgency of change that we're experiencing? And then to Markku's point, what more, you said that policymakers aren't really aware of just how urgent and time-sensitive the changes we're seeing are. So what would you say to the communities that are experiencing these changes firsthand that are trying to reach decision makers with that sense of urgency?
Well, I'll just note that at least in the United States of America, there's quite a difference from state to state, even from city to city, in terms of not only awareness of how serious the problem is, but also political willingness to do something about it, either in mitigation or in adaptation. So it's a little hard to just generalize. And of course, I'm always struck when I go to Arctic meetings, how much of the rest of the world gets it in a way that some of the people back home in the United States don't, which always is troubling to me. But the reality is there are some places, and in California, we've heard an example even here at this conference of proactive, forward-leaning efforts at the city, county, or state level to not only acknowledge the problem, but to do some of the planning necessary. That's why I reference the downscaling models for climate as an example, because we do have some tools that we could make it easier for those that want to lead in this space. Unfortunately, at the federal level, we are not seeing the kind of leadership that we would hope for in our country that would not only support but also encourage more of that kind of adaptation leadership. So at this point in time, I think we have to do what we can to support those jurisdictions that are moving forward, and particularly the science community, perhaps to make a special effort to help those regions to use them as good case examples of getting ahead of the problem and putting to work the science that is known in very practical ways. And for those parts of our country, and maybe even other parts of the world, not Europe, but many other places, where there is still a dragging of feet, I think economics comes into the play. I think the case that needs to be made about how it really saves money to get ahead of a problem as opposed to waiting for the disasters to happen. And working with the insurance industry, for example. The insurance industry is a key player in this, if you ask me, because they obviously are not in business to lose money. And to the extent that the insurance industry works with governments to set standards, to make it clear that doing things ahead of time makes a lot more sense than cleaning up the mess after these disasters. It's what's in the economic best interests of both the private sector and the public sector. So that's sort of both short-term and long-term. There are a lot of strategies that have to be used in the policy sector, given that not everyone embraces the realities that most people in this room share as a reality, unfortunately. But that brings us back pretty quickly to the importance of changing our game plan when it comes to communication. It's not just what we know, it's how we communicate that in a way that precipitates action. And there needs to be a lot more dialogue about that than we've had time to do at this conference, I'm afraid. But it's not so much that we don't want to. We haven't just talked about how to do that. Ole was talking a little bit about simplifying the messaging, which in this day and age is what we have to do.
A couple things come to mind about how to be more nimble. First off, of course, we need to get fossil fuel money out of the way of decision making. I think we all know that that is a huge barrier, and it's not a scientific barrier, it's a political and economic problem that absolutely has to be addressed. And government, certainly the federal government where I worked, is not known for nimble by any stretch. But there are some things that could be done, and so I think it was Corey earlier this morning mentioned the need for a whole of government approach. There's a lot of redundancy. There are at least 22 federal agencies involved in the Arctic region in the US. And trying to get them on the same page about anything is incredibly difficult. Just trying to get them on the same phone call is incredibly difficult. So there are whole of government approaches or representative approaches that where there can be delegation of authority and things that might allow a more rapid response to some of these things. Another tool that I think is underutilized, but maybe it's been utilized and failed, but theoretically, scenario planning, I think, offers a lot of opportunities. We've heard a lot this week about the wide error bars around scientific information and how that's hard for policymakers to work with, but that's why scenario planning was devised. You plan toward one scenario, but you have contingencies for other scenarios as more information, more specific information becomes available. So you can set the policy in motion, and you have contingencies in place for when that information does become better, or we get downscaled models or things like that. So I do think we could better utilize things like that, but we're a little stuck in our rigid approaches, certainly within the federal bureaucracy, but also at the state level, I think.
That is a very good point. I think that we could learn something from IPCC. They have developed an approach where they make a synthesis of the large set of literature. They indicate the certainty of the knowledge. They indicate the ranges of uncertainty, and they are able to communicate then what is let's say the key message of science. And besides, they do it by combining all branches of sciences. So then the message is much more easier for politicians to understand, and we can say that, okay, this we know for certainty, this is quite certain, this is uncertain. So this kind of classification makes much more easier to communicate, for instance, what happens in terms of climate.
I might just add one thing in terms of existing structures that help in this regard, in addition to what you just mentioned. Within the federal government, in our country at least, we have something called the Interagency Arctic Research Policy Committee, which among friends is known as IARPC. Sorry for the code name here, but IARPC is really a tool for all of the federal agencies that have some responsibilities in federal Arctic research to communicate together and to develop a consolidated 5-year Arctic research plan for federal agency spending. That is an example of something that could be built on, because even though IARPC is largely something that federal agencies use, they've expanded it to include anyone who wishes to join the collaboration teams, which is a great way of sharing information about what Arctic research is actually being done, is planned to be done, and what some of the results are. So for those of you who aren't already part of a collaboration team under IARPC, you might actually just want to Google that and join it, because it is an example of not how you get a decision made, but how you can make sure that the people who are in the agencies who are responsible for certain federal agency authorities within the Arctic, how they are moving forward in their research agendas, and also how you as a non-federal person can link into that. I think that must mean I should stop. I'll stop.
I want to ask one more question. So lots of great questions coming in, and I know we're not going to get to them all, but I did want to follow up. In this panel, we mentioned the role, Fran, I think you brought up the role of the insurance industry, and the comment was made here is throughout the conference, we've heard relatively little about the role of the private sector in driving policy change, and I'm wondering if each of you could comment on where you see the private sector fitting in different ways.
Well, I'll just say, this is unrealistic and probably not something you want to have happen, but Google could move a village out of harm's way in Alaska in a heartbeat, right? That wouldn't go well. It's not driven by the community. That doesn't sound great, right? But the dollars that are in the private sector that could be applied here are immense. And one of the things that we're working on at Harvard is trying to understand the cash flows in the Arctic to see if there are these, they may be minuscule, but opportunities to encourage private investment on resilience projects, because there may be a minuscule return on investment. So seeking out, if anyone here has any understanding of these fiscal instruments that I know little about, we're very open to finding out where there has been some demonstration of a return on investment on very small things, because once you crack that door open for actual investment from the private sector, there are billions of dollars waiting to be moved into some return. So it's important.
I think working with the private sector is sometimes more rewarding than working with politics. So, because these are people who can do something and who will do something. So, for example, I had a great experience. I was in Greenland in May with a tour of the young global leaders of the World Economic Forum. So it was a guided tour for 25 young global leaders, awesome people from 20 countries in the world. Young entrepreneurs, but also young politicians, professional soccer player, artists, and various kind of people. And so we were showing them climate change in Greenland. So giving lectures, and we flew to the glacier. Everything, of course, was CO2 compensated, so it was climate neutral and absolutely perfectly organized. And they all, after that, they saw that, they got back home and said, I need to do something. And I'm still on their mailing list and group and see what's happening. So they all do whatever they can. Within their company, whatever they run. So I think this is a very rewarding thing to do.
I try not to be cynical, but my understanding is that very much depends on what sort of policies we have in. There are lots of businesses and companies who are kind of designed to produce environmentally friendly processes, products, things like that. But to support those, we need policies. And if the policies are at place, then we can rely on the initiatives that the business can provide. But business as such, it very much depends on what they are doing. That doesn't guarantee anything. But once we have policies in, then we get let's say, a flow of good solutions and suggestions and businesses.
The only thing I would add is last year I went to the California Climate Summit, which was called by Governor Brown. And There were many, many announcements made at that summit by businesses that were really taking steps forward in terms of their own company operations, in terms of reducing their carbon footprint, in terms of trying to really set a high standard, not only for their own employees, but also for their peers. And I think there is leadership in the private sector, but I agree with you. Most businesses are in business to make money. And so the incentive systems, the subsidy systems, the rules like carbon taxes, all of those come together in a way that really send the signals that will either help or not help us make progress as a society.
This is a question that's very near and dear to my heart. So policy can be really impenetrable. And for someone who really wants to understand how to make a difference, what recommendations, what advice would you give to young people who want to have a role in influencing policy in the future, but don't know where to get started?
I got something for that. I'm always looking for this opportunity when I give talks because, and I speak at universities quite a lot, so I usually get this question. When we're sitting, if Erica's leading a meeting at CQ about some executive order or something that's likely to come out of the White House, we all, the people from each of the agencies are on the table and word goes out, okay, we need scientific input on this, we need indigenous knowledge input on this. We reach out into the agencies first. Some people have their own networks of experts that they can tap into outside of government, but for the most part, the first place you go is either within your own agency or approximate agency. Everyone in this room needs to consider working in federal service. And I know it's ironic coming from me, but things will change, hopefully, soon. And there are so many opportunities for scientists, indigenous knowledge holders, and early career people just coming in, just graduating from college to get into these agencies now. There's going to be a huge reboot of the federal science enterprise. It's already underway. I think the Department of the Interior, which is 70,000 employees, I think within the next 5 years, over 50% of those people are retirement eligible. So the agency's going to bottom out. We'll lose a lot of institutional knowledge, no doubt, but there's also an opportunity to bring in and invigorate with all the new kinds of thinking, people who don't even question the importance of addressing climate change or don't question the importance of diversity in the workplace and all these important ideas that can really reinvigorate the federal enterprise. So my answer is always, please consider public service, because I think it's something that we need to make it sexy again, because it's been denigrated for so long. Intentionally so, by those who are trying to shrink government. And I think we need to really reinvigorate that. So I always hope to send that message.
And if not the federal government, how about the city or the state government? Go work at Austin. They've got a climate change program. Go work in one of the states or counties where they really have prioritized moving forward as opposed to standing still. And there's the entire nonprofit sector. I'm on the board of the Nature Conservancy. Organizations like the Nature Conservancy are hungry for smart, talented, energetic, committed, inspired young people who really want to make a difference in the world. Universities need your energy as well. There's a huge transformation. I spent a decade in academia, and it was just during that period of time, it was interesting how many universities have put much more emphasis on multidisciplinary work, on problem-solving kind of research, and of trying to build partnerships with communities, with indigenous people, to make sure that young people are learning the process in the university to really apply their knowledge. I know still not enough, don't get me wrong, but I think there are a lot of opportunities where you can take your passion and your expertise and make a difference.
I find it very amazing how influential and these young people can be. I mean, take Greta and the kids in the streets. So, we are working on IPCC and we're producing our reports, the best scientists, fantastic reports, and governments just say, fine, thank you, right? So, and then the kids are on the street, and I can tell you what happened in Germany. In Germany, it's a big movement there, and suddenly the Green Party, which normally had something like 10%, went up to 30%. 1/3, yeah? And if you take young people, younger than 25, 90% of them were voting for the Green Party. And the impact on our government was that we now have a climate cabinet, so it's chaired by our chancellor, and then the ministers of all the various ministries that have something to do with climate. And they are now working over the summer on a plan for Germany's climate strategy over the next decade. Yeah? And in my view, this is the result of the kids being on the street and not us scientists telling them what's happening. And this is pretty amazing, I think.
So shifting gears, I'm going to ask I think we'll have time for 2 or 3 more questions, but the next one, this came through the Slido. What would you each, given that you each have a different perspective on Arctic policymaking, what would you identify as the biggest challenge, or as written here, the closet alligator for Arctic policymaking? The closet alligator. What's hiding in the closet? What's the hardest challenge that if you were going to pick one?
Well, I'll just say, as a longtime Alaskan, how frustrating it is to find so few people in the lower 48, that's what we call y'all, who don't really know very much about the Arctic, don't care very much about the Arctic, and, for whom these issues seem so remote, so removed, so unrelated to your lives or what matters to you. We don't think of ourselves as an Arctic nation. The United States doesn't. I know Canada does. I know Norway does. I know many of the 8 Arctic nations, yes, they think of themselves as an Arctic nation, and so they're willing to put resources, they're willing to put effort into the necessary things that make life in the North very livable and invest in a way that really makes a difference. It's a hard slog to get the federal government to pay much attention to Alaska and to pay much attention to the Arctic. That has gotten better. It has gotten better, I would say, in the last 5 to 10 years. Starting with the rather vigorous attention that the Obama administration placed in coming up with an Arctic policy, Arctic Executive Steering Committee, the first Arctic Science Ministerial, on and on and on. That raised the attention level, but it still hasn't raised the appropriation level to go for things like additional icebreakers, additional preparation for potential oil spill, and many of the other things that you already heard about over the last 2.5 days. So big frustration, alligator in the closet, lack of attention, lack of understanding of how important this region is, lack of appreciation for the complexities of the Alaska Native cultural challenges associated, for example, with the village relocations that you've already heard about. So that's a big problem. And that lack of attention, lack of knowledge, lack of caring by Congress largely, but by others as well, is a big impediment in terms of making progress, in terms of getting investment necessary, in terms of continuing the kind of investment that NSF and others have already stepped up in recent years. That's a big challenge. And within the federal government, the big challenge of having so many of the decisions and so many of the responsibilities and so many of the programs dispersed and disconnected. And even if there are things like IARPC that try to knit things together, it's still pretty dispersed, as you've heard again from others. So getting to a whole of government approach, like we heard first thing this morning in Canada, with the very successful and encouraging and uplifting story we heard about the working together to get such a great result, that would be much harder to do in the United States.
So I heard 2 alligators, right? The getting on the radar and facilitating a whole government approach.
Yep.
Others?
Well, I'll be specific then, because there are a couple of big ones, like just funding in general. You just say the word. But specifically, and this has also come up a couple times here, but we don't have a blueprint. This seems as though it should be easy, but it's very complicated. We don't have a blueprint for moving a village in a culturally appropriate, ecologically, economically appropriate way. It's been done in all the wrong ways in the past. I don't know if there are any instances out there of it being done well. But we're going to have to do it rapid fire, and until there's some sort of relocation framework or guidelines or a blueprint, it's going to be done wrong, and that's going to affect cultures. And each one of these villages is a distinct culture and tribe in the U.S., and And we need to pay close attention to that. So that's what keeps me up at night, particularly in the fall when the storms are coming in and we don't know if suddenly that we're going to need to do that. There could be loss of life, but also there could be loss of language and culture, and that's a horrifying thought. We don't have a lot left. We need to keep what we've got.
If I look at the Nordic countries, I think that things are slightly different. We have a tension in each country, Norway, Finland, Sweden, that is related to Sami people and their rights, but we are not encountering the, let's say, the disaster at the level that you are having here in Alaska. But our worries are related to international issues, how the Ice Sea is utilized over time, what happens in Russia, in the northern part of Russia, to people in there, and actually we don't know so much about it.
A very different point. So what I find really frustrating is that there is a handful of climate change Crontarians, and that they always manage to get it in the media somehow. There was a very interesting paper in Nature just published last month when they analyzed a number of studies by climate change scientists, and a number of studies, the same number of studies by climate change Crontarians, and they found out that the Crontarians made it 50% more into the media than the climate change scientists. Speaking about the new media, not the mainstream media, but the new media, so internet media. And of course, just putting out this message that there is no consensus in the scientific community, only that point, if people hear that, the public hears there is no consensus, I mean, then of course we lost, right? And that's exactly what's happening. And I find that very frustrating.
So I want to wrap the panel up on a positive note, and or try to give you the chance to think blue sky for a minute. Each of you has a chance to make one change, and only one change right now, either in an existing policy institution or at the science policy interface. What would it be and why? And don't think too fast and go quickly. Joel, you're first.
Okay, how about, this is good. How about the National Indigenous Knowledge Act? Gets passed, requiring there should be an indigenous knowledge statement in every policy and regulation that's finalized in the U.S. as required by the NICA.
Okay, I would like to establish an IPCC type of body for Arctic issues.
The U.S. defense budget is about $700 billion. I would like annually 1/10 of that defense budget to go toward the preparation for the adaptation that is going to be required in the United States of America as a result of climate change.
A different point again. So I thought about that. And one thing that I very often hear from scientists when we want them to engage in science policy dialogue, they just tell me I have no time to do it. I have to write a science paper or a nature paper. Because there's simply no mechanism of rewarding those kind of activities that scientists do, in many cases just voluntarily. So, and I think must be a change in the system that those kind of work that scientists, in my view, should do and have to do, it's part of their job, it's also rewarded, and not just the paper that they write and that is in peer-reviewed journals. So I think that would be something that would be very helpful.
Thank you. Well, with that, I'd like to thank the panel and maybe transition this blue sky thinking into the next panel and welcome our moderator of the next panel, who is also a participant on this panel, Fran, to welcome your panel up. And just to thank, round of applause for our policy panel. As always, nice to see you.
Pleasure, Martha. Good to meet you.
Good to see you, Volker. See you soon. See you very soon. See you soon. Thank you. All right. So, no coffee break. This is rolling into the very end. And what Brendan has asked us to do is to talk about next steps. So I'd like to invite the next panel up. So if you might come up, that's right. Yeah, just Please do. Yes, sit wherever you'd like to sit. That would be great. We don't really have time for much of an introduction, but what I'm going to do is just ask everybody to say just one or two words about themselves, to introduce themselves before they begin talking about the next steps that they feel might be appropriate. Nikush Carlo. Many of you may know Athabascan, PhD, formerly with NSF, formerly with the State Department, used to be the advisor for the governor of Alaska on Arctic policy and on climate. Julian Stroh from the University of Manitoba and the National Snow and Ice Center. And Terry Chapin, UAF professor emeritus, a wonderful ecologist who's worked on sustainability for years. Before we get into next steps, I'm just going to give you a 1-minute summary of the last 2.5 days. The Arctic of today is nothing like the Arctic of yesterday, and nothing at all like the Arctic of tomorrow. The change that is happening is stunningly rapid, and it is increasing in speed. The impacts that those changes are having on the people of the Arctic are profound. We have heard moving stories about the risks to food security, to personal security, to their communities. The risks as a result of those Arctic changes to people beyond the Arctic globally are already being felt and are likely also to accelerate and intensify. The science community knows a lot, but is having some difficulty in communicating what they know in a way that is changing policy. The indigenous knowledge holders in the world who are contributing, want to and need to contribute more, and the science and indigenous knowledge holders need to find new ways, want to find new ways to work together to more effectively communicate, but also more effectively understand the changes underway and what needs to be done about it. Policymakers are being called to listen and to learn and to take action. Now, what we're going to do is try to talk a little bit more about the how of those shoulds and will and hopefully must. And then we will turn to you at the end and give you the solemn responsibility of taking everything that you have learned and heard and thought about, and perhaps some of the ideas that you will hear from our panel about next steps. So I'd like to start with Nikush, who has thought a lot over the years about how to make this happen, and because she has worked in a variety of capacities, I suspect she has some answers for us.
Thank you, Fran. Can you hear me? Are we good? Okay. I learned over the years that I absolutely have to have
outside voice.
A microphone. Thank you for the introduction. You started in the right place. I'm Athabascan Indian from the interior of Alaska, and that is really, at my core, that is what grounds me. I'm also a scientist, a neuroscientist, and I've worked at multiple levels in the policy world, from the statewide level to the federal level to the international level. So as I think back over the last 3 days and our time together, it's, we're at a critical point as humans, as a society, and we've heard this, we are one people, right? And we're facing rapid change, and we together need to figure out how we're going to survive. And as Indigenous peoples, we're at this point where we need to maintain our traditions and our value systems that are deeply tied to the land where we've come from. So we've heard that from many different people, many different speakers. And we know the world is going to change. It's changing right now. And the impacts are greater for some of us than for others of us. And we need to recognize that inequality and consider how
to honestly address that. Failure to act, we've also heard a lot about this, failure to act, failure to adequately prepare is going to be very costly. We're going to see increased public health costs, increased infrastructure repair costs, lower productivity, detriment to our health and well-being, loss of income from key resources like fisheries. I think I've seen some numbers, $5 billion for infrastructure alone without adaptation measures, and that doesn't even, not even the tip of the iceberg for, the things that we're gonna lose from losing our connection, our cultural and spiritual bond to our land. So how we respond to this is really going to influence what the Arctic looks like today, what it looks like tomorrow, what it looks like in 2050, and what it looks like in the next 10,000 years. So I want to take a moment and recognize my gratitude to all the indigenous peoples who have gathered here today and for your commitment to being here. This space is and can be difficult for us to be in, and I want to acknowledge that. And I know that many of you, made a commitment to be here. You're missing time with your families. You're missing a critical time to gather resources, traditional food harvests in this fall season. So anabasi. I also want to recognize the positive intent that this gathering was organized. I want to thank the organizing committee for your support, to the Indigenous Participants Working Group for your efforts and contributions. We wouldn't have had the engagement that we have seen in this space without your efforts, and it was a step forward in strengthening Indigenous engagement. I do believe that. We have more to do, and you guys knew that was coming, right? We have more to do. From my perspective, we haven't yet reached a comfort level where we can have really fluid communication and really have a deep understanding of what diverse perspectives are in the Arctic. So many panelists and participants have mentioned how critical it is to build relationships between scientists, indigenous people, indigenous knowledge holders, and scientists, and with policymakers. Like, these relationships are really important. And many of you mentioned that in order to build relationships, it takes some really honest discussion, listening, learning, respect, and time to build trust before you can move to the steps of identifying common goals and together identifying what the various options are and ways to go forward. So we've taken a step in this process, and we should feel okay about that. I think we also need to recognize that there are other things we need to do, and we need to do them perhaps in a different way. We need stronger exchanges, more open dialogue, really truthful discussion that will be hard about what the challenges are that are hindering the communication between us. We need to make this personal. And by necessity, that means smaller than this really large tent. So there's multiple steps that need to go through this process. So that means maybe some meetings like this, some more additional meetings like this, but it also means meeting in different ways. And I'm going to come back to this point in a second, meeting in different ways. This is not easy. It requires commitment from everyone. I'm glad you are all here because that shows commitment. Relationships take a lot of work to maintain. And I know you know that. So as we think about ways forward, I want to challenge you to think about, I'm going to talk about 3 different things. Think about how we address imbalance. And here in this space, it's hard to be an Indigenous person in this space. It's not comfortable. We're in a Western science building, and we're in DC with lots of policymakers. So you can see how it's not a space that it's easy for us to be in. So I suggest a different type of meeting, one that is led and convened by Indigenous people. In a place where we have a connection to the land. And I think that would be an entirely different meeting and a different discussion. And who knows where that would lead us. But I think if we have an open and honest relationship, we can start down that path to see. The other thing I want to challenge you to think about is resources. And this was mentioned in the last panel and at various points throughout the last few days. They come in, resources come in many forms. We should think about how to provide resources in equitable ways that empower Indigenous people or underrepresented peoples, you think about this broadly, to think about where we can create new funding sources. And I have some ideas about that. We can think about, I think venture capital was mentioned in the last panel, social impact investing. There's a number of mechanisms related to carbon offset programs, green banks that fuel energy efficiency and renewable energy retrofits. Like, these are all funding mechanisms that can be funneled in a way that supports community adaptation. I think we should think about that. And then the last thing, we've talked a lot about institutions and how many existing institutions there are. And I think I challenge you to consider more, because we've talked about it some, how these institutions are meeting our needs and whether we can effectively communicate within those structures. And we had a good example this morning. We heard about that there needs to be commitment and leadership at a really high level of these governance structures. I also think there should be an opportunity for Indigenous people to lead in those conversations. And I think about this in terms of climate change, because that's the area that I work in most closely. And when we think about effective and timely response to climate change, there needs to be a way to address issues that require this coordination. We've heard a lot about how many different agencies are involved or not involved or should be involved, but how do we coordinate? How do we together pull together the resources that are necessary to have a very timely response? And I love the example we talked about this morning from Canada. So I think we should think about that process a little more. How do we empower existing coordinating bodies? That might mean revising mandates, but really making institutions work for us. So those are the three things I ask you to think more about: ways to correct imbalance, ways to provide adequate resourcing, and evolving institutions to be more responsive. And I'm sure we're going to come back to these when we hear from the other panelists. But before I turn the mic over to Fran, I do want to address something. I want to briefly address the gathering of Indigenous participants over lunch yesterday and today. And I wanted to say that our protocols and the way that we gather in places is different. We want to introduce ourselves. It takes a while. It was really hard for me to do the real short introduction. And we all come from different places, and we don't often have an opportunity to meet face to face. But this is an opportunity to do that, an opportunity to connect, an opportunity to build  And I talked about the imbalance of being in this space and how difficult that can be. And I recognize that, you know, as an Indigenous person, I float between different spaces and different worlds, but when we're here, we need to support each other. And we need to have an opportunity to share ideas, to introduce ourselves, to understand what land we're coming from, the places we come from, our families, our histories, as well as to understand what each of us are bringing, what our current issues are, and that we're bringing to this meeting. So I understand that there was some comments and questions about that gathering, so I just wanted to provide some information in the spirit of speaking to our truths and opening an honest dialogue. So with that.
Great. Thank you. Terry, I want to turn to you because I know you've done a lot of work in Alaska and elsewhere, helping communities think about sustainability and bringing your expertise along with their expertise to make progress. Can you talk a little bit about next steps that you see based on both your experience and what you've heard today?
Sure. Well, I've been really inspired by this conference, and especially by the presentation this morning about setting up the Marine Protected Area in northern Canada. And I can imagine a future in which Indigenous residents are recognized as stewards of the land and sea where they live, and where they can draw on both traditional knowledge and Western science to play a really strong role in shaping the future of those areas. I can also imagine a way in which they could play unique roles in helping convey the importance of the Arctic to the people in the rest of Alaska, the rest of the United States, the rest of the world, in a way that the scientific community has been somewhat less successful. So I'd like to just talk about some ways in which that might be brought forward. One of the messages that's been most clear to me, I think, from this meeting is that as we look to the future, Western scientists and Indigenous residents have a great deal in common. Both of these groups have important tools for observing change. And all of us are passionate about, have a passionate concern for the future of the Arctic, although it's much more immediate and personal for Arctic residents because their lives and livelihoods and culture are on the line here. But all of us want a future in which our grandchildren can flourish and want to be part of a future where nature is not radically different than what we have today. So this is a challenge. So I'd suggest that we can influence the future of the Arctic more effectively if we work together than if these two groups take separate paths. But if this is going to happen effectively, I think there are at least three things that need to be changed in order to move forward in this way. There needs to be more effective communication between Indigenous residents and Western scientists that choose to work together. And as Nikush was saying, this is going to require dialogue and mutual respect and building of trust. It's clear to me from this conference that there's many cases where this has happened very effectively, but also many cases where it's not happened so well. And I can imagine several steps that might facilitate this. First, developing effective knowledge-sharing hubs that would enable scientists and Indigenous experts to find one another to explore shared interests. In addition, engaging Indigenous experts in advising and participating in the design and conduct of research that's intended to improve scientific understanding and to benefit communities at the same time. And finally, proper community engagement, training and acceptance by scientists of best practices for scientific collaboration with communities. And there's already well-developed guidelines that have been developed by the Alaska Native Science Commission, the National Science Foundation, Alaska Native Knowledge Network, and many tribes in particular parts of Alaska. And it seems to me that this type of training should be expected of every Arctic science, just as the way now Arctic scientists are expected to know statistics or other tools. It's something that needs to be part of the toolkit of everybody who works in the Arctic. And when I looked at the posters and listened to the talks here, I saw really excellent examples of all three of these things. So I know that we know how to do this. It just needs to be applied more extensively, and we need to learn from some of these efforts that have been successful. The second change I'd like to see would be greater opportunities for Indigenous residents and Western scientists to collaborate to co-produce knowledge. But this probably isn't always appropriate. So it seems best to start with issues and people where this is going to be mutually beneficial for both communities and for science. And this goes back to that knowledge hub and trying to pull together the right people to do things in the right places. As part of this, I think it's also really important to increase the opportunities for Indigenous youth to be part of this process, to learn, to bring Indigenous science to these discussions, and to have a chance to participate in Western science at the same time. And a third change that I think we need is to convey more compellingly to the people of Alaska and the United States and the world that Arctic change is happening right now and that this has important consequences for themselves and their grandchildren. Scientists can explain the biophysical connections and the types of risks that may be going to occur in other places. But the risks that are being experienced in Alaska today are the same magnitude of risks, the same deep problems that people are going to face in most parts of the world by 2050 or before. So it's the kinds of things where the experience in Alaska can be really meaningful to people elsewhere. And scientists have a lot to learn from Indigenous residents about the power of stories. Most scientists, like me, have been trained not to tell stories. It's been beaten out of us because these are called anecdotes, and you don't do that as part of scientific communication with other scientists. But it is so important in terms of communicating with a broader public. And I think we need to think more about how to connect the heart with the mind, to speak from the heart in talking to people about things that are happening. That's the sort of thing that I think will be more compelling. But it needs to, and I think this is a place where Indigenous residents can speak very effectively, both from their own experiences and in helping scientists like me learn how to value and use these sorts of skills. Finally, I don't think there's any recipe for this type of collaboration. It's going to be different from place to place and person to person. Some communities and scientists will probably not be interested in this. And we'll continue to make mistakes, and but we need to open the doors for opportunities to make this work. And then these kinds of collaborations are likely to be more common. And as they become more common, we'll build up more experience about how to do it well. And I think this can drive the process of greater collaboration among Indigenous and Western scientists, and also the opportunity to convey more compellingly to the rest of the world about the nature of rapid change in the Arctic.
Julianne?
Yeah, so for those that don't know me, I've been spending, I guess, the last 20 years or so focused on monitoring Arctic sea ice. And most of this is using satellite data. And I would say, when I started out in my career in the early 1990s, I didn't think that we had to worry about climate change or global warming. It seemed like we had enough ice. But then in the 2000s, when we kept having one record low sea ice summer after another, that we couldn't neatly explain with our understanding of weather and sea ice, we realized something different was happening. And with the discovery that the pace of the ice loss that we were seeing in our observations was actually happening faster than our most sophisticated climate models could forecast, that Marika was talking about the other day, it made me realize that in my lifetime, I will probably see an Arctic Ocean that will be ice-free in summer. And this was something I'd never thought about, during my education, and I thought we were way far off from this. What's become even a little bit more alarming to me is the realization with the new climate models that are going into the next IPCC report to be released in 2022, is that some of these models now are also losing their winter ice by the end of this century. This is a really scary trajectory and something I hope is not correct. I hope the models are wrong about this, but it might be something that we have to consider in the future. And just thinking about policies, I'm going to start with policy first and then talk a bit more about community co-production of knowledge that we've been talking a lot about. But the last panel was a policy panel, and it got me thinking a little bit about how, we have a lot of uncertainty in our forecast of what's going to happen in the future. And even if we had perfect models, we would still have some uncertainty just because there's a lot of natural climate variability in our system. And so we can't exactly tell you, well, what date is the Arctic Ocean going to be ice-free? But that isn't the question we probably even should be asking. Because sea ice doesn't care about time, Greenland doesn't care about time, permafrost doesn't care about time, it cares about how much more CO2 we keep adding to the atmosphere. And so we can start looking at more concrete things like, well, how much more CO2 can we put in the atmosphere before the Arctic Ocean might go ice-free? This is a metric that policymakers perhaps could use better in decision-making, for example. And the problem is, though, as scientists, we're not really trained to do this. We don't get formal training on how to communicate with policymakers or other decision makers. And I think this is something we need to focus on more, I think early on in our careers, as we're starting out as students, or even early on in our science careers. Perhaps looking at more sort of policy science fellowships, where scientists could go work with a policymaker for 6 months, learn about what policymakers need from scientists in order to make decisions, and also to help ensure that policies that is being made integrates amongst the science and engineering and planning communities. And I think that would be a key way forward to help us foster a better dialogue, at least with the people that are making decisions. At the same time, we've heard a lot about the need to work with Arctic communities, to co-develop strategies and policy pathways for locally and regionally critical livelihoods that reflect and enhance adaptation to the changing Arctic. But this is not easy for most scientists. We are often not rewarded for community engagement, and this is something Hayo brought up, but it's very true. We're so busy, we're so focused on publishing or securing more funding because that is how we're judged. Our H-index really matters if we're trying to find a job. So we need to come up with a new paradigm and a new framework that will allow for this engagement with communities, the general public, and policymakers. And it shouldn't just be something we tick off in our proposals, and I'm guilty of that myself. And we've heard yesterday that scientists says we just need to open up the ways of knowing. I mean, we're so focused on our scientific method, but there's many ways of knowing that we've heard about throughout this meeting. And we have the greatest impact when we all work together. And so new pathways for interaction are needed. At the same time, we have heard today about the fatigue in some communities where you have so many different scientists from different agencies coming in. And so some sort of coordinated effort is needed. And this hub that you were talking about, I think could be a great way to sort of coordinate these efforts so that there isn't this community fatigue when scientists are trying to come in. And then there's just basic science needs, either from aspects of funding mechanisms and as well as science innovation. It has become increasingly clear from the past few days that we need a funding framework that encourages participatory approaches that foster engagement with local communities, incorporates their regional knowledge of changes, helps foster working across borders, including international funding mechanisms that are not just across Arctic nations, but also non-Arctic nations. We really need to have free sharing of data, sharing of research infrastructure, sharing of observation systems, and of knowledge. And I think, I can see that this is starting to happen. There are evidences of this happening, but there's still barriers that exist. And the competitive nature of science also kind of hinders this to some extent. We want to get that first paper out of the data that we collect, for example. But we're not going to be able to, work together unless we start being more open and sharing. I think something I also sort of caught on to a little bit at this meeting is that communities still lack trust in scientists that come into their communities. So that may also hinder some of this data sharing. At the same time, I think as scientists, we don't always know how to best translate local knowledge into our science. And so we need more tools and education on how best to do that. So we need more cooperation and programs that will facilitate knowledge transfer across nations, communities, and scientists and decision makers. And there are efforts underway. We heard about Mosaic, which is going to be involving 16 nations and 60 institutions, and there has to be free sharing of data from everybody that's collecting data on the ship. But as we heard, there's no indigenous representation in Mosaic. There's other efforts that we heard about, so NSF's navigating the new Arctic, EU PolarNet, there's a new Canada, UK initiative for new science that has to involve local communities. So there are these efforts underway that can help towards this, but obviously more is needed. And also with community monitoring programs. There are certain nations that are providing more opportunities to do this, but it's not universal at this point. So I also want to mention, I mean, it's not just that we need to have programs in place that help foster sort of this international sort of collaboration with funding programs, but we should also have more exchanges with students, not just going between countries, but also being able to come and work, for example, in policy at makers' offices or working within local communities to get the training early on in their career so that they can be successful. I don't know what to do about one of the issues that we heard about on, I think it was yesterday, about just how the funding doesn't necessarily keep up with the pace of change that's happening in the Arctic. But there's got to be a way that we can start treating the Arctic as an emergency, and so that we can quickly mobilize funding to deal with the important science and community challenges that are being faced right now in Arctic communities. From a research perspective, there has been a lot of progress, I think, towards improving our models, and especially individual components of models, whether it's the sea ice or it's the ocean or the atmosphere. And there's been a lot of increase also in observational capacity. But again, today we heard how we're still quite data poor in many regions. And so we do need more investment in innovative and low-cost observational platforms, as well as sustaining current long-term observational networks. And this is also true for community monitoring. There's a wealth of data out there that we really haven't tapped into yet. And I think we need to focus our efforts as well on these community monitoring programs. We're going to have to figure out better ways of cost sharing, though, because satellite platforms are super expensive, and you can't expect one nation to deal with all the satellite programs, but we need this data so desperately to get the big picture of changes and to ensure that we have this long-term continuity of a climate data records. We have 40 years of satellite data right now, and some of these data records are at risk of being lost or not continued, and so we really need to focus our efforts there. And we need to get creative, I think, with our technologies, even when we're not working with satellites, but working in the field. We deployed 7 buoys last summer on about 1.2 meters thick ice. We thought they would survive, but they melted out within about 10 days. And so this summer, we changed our buoy system so they'd all be floatable so that we wouldn't lose them. And we put them in 1.8 meter thick ice. But then a bear came and smashed all 4 of them. So, we have to get more creative on how we make our observations that we need to understand the climate system in the Arctic. And we also really have to desperately increase our predictive skill on the short term, so daily to weekly, to seasonal, to decadal, and to long-term forecasts. And each one of these has different challenges and different science requirements, from observations that will feed the short-term and medium-range forecasts to improved process understanding that feed our global climate models. A lot of our parameterizations in these models are based on observations that we made when the Arctic Ocean, for example, was covered by thick multi-year ice. And they don't necessarily hold in this world we find ourselves today with thin first-year ice. So, and also, sea ice forecasting and weather forecasting in the Arctic really does lag weather forecasting for the globe as a whole by several decades. So we're in a rush to catch up. So there's a lot of work we still need to do. And I think, too, about climate models. We've talked, Fran was mentioning regional downscaling, which we need to do from our climate models so we can address local impacts. But also, we need to think of innovative ways that we could maybe bring in land management practices into these models, herding and hunting practices, paleoecological changes, things like that into these climate models so we can make better forecasts. One thing I think is really clear from listening to everybody over the last 2.5 days is, and especially the indigenous peoples, is we don't need to tell Arctic communities that they're in a climate emergency. They're living it every single day. And sustainability cannot be a project here and there. It has to be holistic, it has to be long-term, and it has to be strategic. Science has an important role to play in this, but we need to start thinking outside of the box to advance our adaptive capacity of Arctic and non-Arctic communities to climate and biodiversity changes. And I think this hasn't always been so easy for scientists. As was mentioned yesterday, we tend to be stuck in these formalized structures, and so we haven't always been open to other ways of knowing. I think this conference is a great way to showing that we're open to changing that, but it's a slow process, and I think we can get there. But we need to find synergies between local and indigenous communities, ambitions for adaptation actions with novel forms of land management geared towards climate mitigation and sustainable development. Science should happen alongside Arctic residents and stakeholders so that together we can identify the risks and viable strategies for adaptation in relationship to the projected changes that we have from our climate models, so that we can plan for future resilience in the Arctic social and ecosystems. So I just wanted to end by saying, the challenge of climate change can be daunting, but I think it's encouraging that I think we're starting to wake up, both as individuals, as communities, as nations, and as a planet. It's a slow process, but it is starting to happen. And as scientists, I think we need to shift our mindset and anchor our work in the spirit of cooperation and justice so that solutions will work in the real world for everyone. Thanks.
So the problem is there aren't many policy people in this room. And to the extent that much of what needs to be done is in their space, I worry that we have not spent enough time focusing on what that challenge is. And I'm going to take just 1 minute to tell you 2 stories. When I first became a legislator, I thought legislation was based on thoughtful analysis. And I was told by somebody who'd been around a lot longer, actually legislation doesn't come by analysis, it's legislation by anecdote. Which is another way of saying that telling stories, offering examples, connecting to people, connecting to constituents, connecting to voters, is kind of where the action's at. So, not to rain on anybody's parade, but no amount of science alone, no amount of data, no amount of reports written or journal articles, or for that matter, heart is alone enough. You've got to connect with the political process that exists. And in every country that's a little bit different, but getting through to policymakers and getting through to politicians means telling stories. It means connecting to their constituents and changing the political. We also haven't talked much about politics, and that's appropriate because that's not what we're here to do, but it is kind of the elephant in the room. And I just want to say, as somebody who was in elected office for 18 years, I think pretty much everybody in this room, regardless of where they live, what language they speak, how they affiliate in terms of what they call themselves, is pretty much on the same page here, that we're long overdue for action in what is admittedly a crisis on many levels for many people, for many communities, and for many yet to come. And so I would just encourage you in this policy space to think about what your role is. And that's the second story I want to tell you. When I mentioned earlier when I introduced myself that I had had the benefit of being mentored, being educated by Alaska Natives who took the time to handhold me through learning more about their culture. I mean, when George Amawick was mayor of the North Slope Borough, he took me out to his whaling camp. So I actually saw that from that perspective on the ice. I remember when Will Mayo explained to me about the caribou. I remember when Ralph Anderson took me out. You know, I remember these things. I remember when I was adopted as a Tlingit, how Rosita Whirl explained to me very personally what my obligations were as a clan member. Same thing from the science community. When I first was elected, I had Oli Mathieson, a fisheries biologist with UAF, come and talk to me about how the relationship between fisheries management was essential if we wanted a strong fishing industry in Alaska, and how the science had to be supported financially in the budget, because the science was the key to wise management, which was the key to sustainability, and he adopted me, a scientist who never had met me before, adopted me and took the time to explain why science mattered to policy and to politics and to budgets. My point here is in the policy space, and frankly also in the science and indigenous knowledge space, you are a powerful actor in bridging the gap between different ways that people approach problems, solving those problems, understanding what their role is. The personal touch matters. You've talked about relationships. You could go adopt a mayor. You could go adopt a legislator, a member of Congress. You could, if you are an indigenous knowledge holder, adopt a scientist. Because scientists may want to do the right thing, but if you don't help them, they can't do the right thing. So my short message here about the policy piece of this panel in terms of steps forward, yeah, there are structural things that would help, like internships and exchange programs. But fundamentally, each of us has the power to do that kind of personal touch that will change things. And I know it seems small, but when you've got a problem as big as climate change is, and as big as the emergency that many of our communities face, we each have a responsibility. So we have a few questions and comments that have come in. We don't have a whole lot of them. I just want to acknowledge that a number of them are indicating that we need creative ways to expand traditional knowledge to successfully inform models. I think this is a very important point. We need to have a recipe for engaging the science, the indigenous knowledge, and the decision makers in some strategically powerful way. We need Eastern scientists as well as Western scientists from Japan and from Korea and from other countries. Could not agree more. We need agency heads who are currently dismantling things, rules that mitigate climate change, to hear from all of us. We need a shout out to the Indigenous Climate Summit that was put on and hosted by the Gwich'in in Fort Yukon last summer. And we have heard from scientists saying, we look forward to seeing invitations from the indigenous communities to a meeting in their space to continue this conversation. So that's just a sampling of some of the things that have come in. We have 7 minutes left, and so what I would like to do is give to each of you about 2 minutes to say whatever it was that either someone else on this panel triggered or something that you forgot to say and really wanted to say before we run out of time. Nikush.
Okay. I'm going to build on something that you just mentioned about being personal, making that personal connection. When you think about a vision for the Arctic future, I think about resilient communities. Communities, everyone in this room is part of a community. Resilient communities that are part of a healthy ecosystem. That's what I see as the vision. And in order to get there, we need contributions from everyone. Every single person in this room, every single person outside of this room has a role to play. And I would say for the Arctic specifically, I see the Arctic as brimming with human potential. One-of-a-kind knowledge, people that are intimately knowledgeable about the land, about the impacts, And there's a responsibility for all of us to take even those small actions, to grow those into larger actions, to inspire, others to also take action. So I'm hopeful. So I want to leave on that note. I'm hopeful that we are going to work together and move forward toward this vision of resilient communities in a healthy ecosystem. Carrie, anything else?
One of the things that surprised me to learn is that national elections for president, for example, are decided on average by about 5% of the popular vote. So if people really go out and vote for what they care about, vote for things that are important to them, there's no reason why we can't change the politics around in a single election cycle.
Julian?
So as a scientist, I would be really welcoming of an indigenous-led workshop that indigenous people can come to explain to the scientists what matters to them. What would they like us to be studying to help them? Because I think we usually come into their arena with our ideas of what we want to study, and it's going to maybe benefit them or the globe, but it's not necessarily designed with their needs in mind. And I think part of that is, we don't know enough. And I think, this workshop's been a great place to start opening up this dialogue, and we need more of these kinds of efforts so that we can better understand and hear from local communities what they need from us.
And in my closing, I'm going to do just two brief things. One, the U.S. Arctic Research Commission would like your input. We really would like your input. We do this every 2 years in terms of identifying goals. And, we've been to Nome, and we've been to Barrow, and we've been to Kotzebue, and we've been to Anchorage, and we've been to Fairbanks, and we've been also on the East Coast and in Europe. But I have to ask you, because you have to help us as we identify these goals and shine a spotlight on things that, for the future, may be the way in which funding gets put to play. And the last thing I want to do is acknowledge someone that I have known for decades, who has done many different jobs, and every single one of them, he has reached out to be inclusive and engage people at levels where it has been meaningful. And that person is the person who is responsible for this conference, who has thought about this conference for a year, has planned it, has put together people to help him in the steering committee. He's raised money for it. And I want you all to join me in expressing our appreciation to Brendan Kelly. We're off the stage.
Thanks, Karen. Thanks. Thank you. Whew. It has been a long time, and it's been very worthwhile. So I've been hearing two questions a lot in the last 3 days, walking back and forth to the hotel or coffee break or whatever. And one of the questions people all want to know is there going to be an Arctic Futures 2051 or another question? And the answer is no. It is not our intent to create an annual meeting. We have plenty of annual meetings. It was our intent to try to shift the conversation. I think we've succeeded to some extent, but not entirely. Yeah, and the other question people have been asking me is, well, how's it going? How do you feel about the meeting? And I feel mixed about the meeting. I mean, we have made some progress, but I think it all became really clear to me when Sandra Nutuk was asked a similar question this morning about the work that you heard her talk about. And she said, and I hope I get this close to right, she says, well, I have not felt entirely celebratory because the system should have already been there. And that's sort of, I guess, how I'm feeling. It's like, well, maybe we've made some progress. We're going to take some time for it all to sort of settle in. But even if we've made some progress, it isn't enough. It isn't enough in terms of the justice issues, clearly. And it isn't enough to divert the disaster that we're all facing. So I feel kind of mixed about that. And then another comment today that I want to kind of highlight was one that Henry Huntington made. He said, well, look, you have to understand, you know, climate change is just gas being poured on fires that are already burning. And he had several really good examples. In that same panel, Beth Marino, I think really, you know, she said, well, I'm going to condense all these years of research into a short statement, which she did beautifully, I thought. But she made the point that colonization is stamped deeply into our power structures. And that's important for us to take home and recognize, and that means how we do science, how policymakers make policy, how communication happens. And then Delbert Pungawe got up here and reminded us that we are only stewards here. And that humble sense of our place in all of this, I think is a really important thing to walk away with. Only thing I know how to do is go back to that different tent that I talked about on the morning of the first day and remember what Conrad told me and that student in Savunga, which is learn what you need from different knowledge systems. We've explored what's working and what's not working in that space and have realized we got lots more to do, lots more. And that comes back to this question, are we going to do this again? I don't think it would be helpful for a search organization like that to sort of say, well, let's make an annual event of getting together and having this meeting, because I think other people need to take this up. And maybe it's people, indigenous people in their turf, maybe it's political people on their turf. I'm hopeful that people will say, you know, there is something to the idea of getting people together, these three voices, and there's probably more. People point out industry wasn't here. That's true, they should have been. That's not a 400 people meeting now, that's an 800 people meeting, excuse me. So I'm just going to say, let's carry this on. Let's figure out where the next best place is for to continue this conversation. What I have heard people say consistently is the idea that we didn't have a bunch of experts standing up here giving overly long PowerPoint presentations and showing their data and puffing themselves up, but rather we tried to make it about a conversation. People seem to like that. I think it's important. It does go to this point of the importance of stories. And Fran, I appreciate the kind words, but obviously this is an idea that lots of people have had. The time was ripe, and we've had a tremendous, lot of people, including a lot of people in this room, helped conceive of this and make it a reality. Certainly the Search Science Steering Committee, who don't get paid for what they do, they give their time to try to direct the efforts of search, including putting on this meeting. The steering committee devoted even more of their time and put up with my constant harassments for the last year. No meeting on Wednesday, guys. We're not doing that. And the funders are really important. The National Science Foundation's been extremely generous. Department of Energy, NASA, NOAA, Pew, Moore Foundation, BOEM. I'm probably leaving somebody out. Holler out, please. But that's really important because we brought something like 60 indigenous and early career scientists here because of that very important funding. And we have great partners. They're listed in the book, like the Wilson Center that put on that scenario exercise yesterday, ArcticNet and others. But I also want to give a shout out for the people who lead from behind, right? People who don't put themselves out front, won't necessarily come up to the podium, but they really influence the rest of us. And I think of Simon Stevenson at NSF, who has been leading behind on sort of this Arctic science policy, indigenous community effort in a very quiet but very effective way. And Rochelle Daniel would be another one. She eventually consented to being up here to moderate that very good indigenous knowledge panel. Her preference would have been to have other people up there doing it, but she leads from behind with great aplomb. So where do we go with this? I guess what I would just say is that as more gas hits more fires, I really like that, Henry. That's really inspired. It's not, as I said yesterday, going to bring out our higher angels. You know, we're going to get really testy with each other. I don't know about you, but you know, my wife and I find, you know, she says, well, neither of us were very buffered. That's usually what we say the next day after we've had a fight, right? Is that for whatever reason, things happen in work or health or something, you lose that buffer and you start getting short and unclear and testy. And I think that's going to happen to us as the gas hits these fires. There's more and more stress, more and more people are falling through the ice, more and more people are struggling with untruthful politicians, more and more people are struggling with funding problems. We're all going to be unbuffered and we're going to get grouchy with each other. And I don't know of any other antidote for that. And you may, and please pick it up if you do, except for one that I learned from watching Harry's father and Tom Albert, who took this very severe, not a climate crisis, but a very severe crisis to the communities in northern Alaska. Like, oh, by the way, your 2,000-year-old tradition of whaling is now over, and said, no, we're not going to let that happen. And you know, the colonial structure was even worse then. The imbalance of power was worse then. But they stood up and they said, no, we're going to sit down with these people and talk this through. And it didn't go well. There, you know, it's like, I think in that early era, what used to happen is they would get the scientists and the managers and the whalers together in hotels in Anchorage, and they would have very, very difficult, tense meetings. And I'm pretty sure they were all tremendously relieved when they had a chance to go to lunch and just kind of debrief. And, you know, one group would go to one place for lunch, another would go to another, and this kind of repeated. But eventually, inevitably, as it happens, they ended up at the same restaurant for lunch, and awkwardly in tables very close to one another. And I don't know, Mike, you were there, but at some point, people said, well, you know, maybe we should pull these tables together. And I could just imagine people thinking, oh, I really just needed a break from this. But what happens when people eat together and talk together and then see each other again and again is this odd thing happens, is suddenly, oh, your kid plays soccer too? Oh, that's really, yeah. Oh, what, you like to fish too? Yeah. Those human connections form. That's this magic relationship thing we've been talking about, is forming human connections. So I really appreciate Nikush's pointing out that, well, this is not entirely comfortable for us, and this hasn't really worked perfectly. But she also acknowledged and put out there the willingness to keep at it. And that's what it's going to take, and that's another kind of leadership. So there isn't going to be an Arctic Futures 2051 in this format, but I hope there will be in formats that are derivative of this. And I think we should all go get a drink and call it good. So thank you. But before we do, I do want to stress that there's a lot of hard work behind the scenes on this, tremendous staff of ARCUS, National Academy staff, and Andrea Fisher sitting here, who's worked miracles for a year now, and certainly the Indigenous Participation Work Group, which, as I said the other day, worked tirelessly despite their considerable day jobs to make this happen. So thank you all.